allegiance. Mrs. Proudfit, would you lead us, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. All right, item 3, convene executive session. 3.1, convene executive session pursuant to the reasons set forth. A, executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney of the public body regarding the terms of a legal settlement and the process for entering into such settlements on behalf of the district. B, executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney of the public body concerning district disciplinary procedures, including implementation and alignment with board-adopted policies such as the Student Code of Conduct and the district's resolution on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Letter C, executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney of the public body concerning adoption of policy 5-305A, Student Code of Conduct. So I just need a motion and a second.
I motion to convene executive session.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And just for the record, if you can run us through a voice vote, we do have President Rooks via telephone.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Clerk Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now convene into executive session, and we will return after the executive session. session. I just need I'm going to make a motion that we adjourn executive session. Need a second?
I will second.
If we can run through a voice vote.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles.
Yes.
And one absent. All right, motion to adjourn passes. We will resume the regular session in about 15 minutes. It is 6:46 PM. We are going to go ahead and get this meeting started. Just some housekeeping real fast. President Rooks is joining us via telephone. President Rooks, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the introduction, Clerk Toby.
Okay. So with all members present and ready, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6:47 PM. Thank you, everybody, for your patience while we had that executive session. Section 2, 2.1, moment of silence followed by pledge of allegiance. Mrs. Bowles, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Section 3, address agenda. We're going to address the agenda and consider adoption or any recommended changes. Are there any recommended changes any fellow board members have for this agenda this evening? Okay. Hearing none, seeing none, I just need a motion to approve 3.1.
I will motion to approve 3.1.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Ewing, seconded by Mrs. Proudfit. You can run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5 yeas. Moving on to section 4, recognitions. Dr. Summers, any recognitions this evening?
Good evening, Clerk Toby, governing board members. No recognitions this evening as scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, going on to section 5, 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. I don't see any comment cards. Is there any down there left? Got it. Okay, there are no public comments for opening public comment. Moving on to section 6, board and superintendent comments. 6.1, board comments. Mrs. Ewing.
I just have two. First off, I want to say thank you to Safeway for the donations to our schools. I think probably our superintendent's going to be talking about which schools were given those checks to. So we're just really excited about having those community partners. And I know that you were there. Some of you back there were over there. And then I also just want to give a big shout out to City of Peoria and remind our community that there is the big backpack drive that is this Saturday. And the Peoria Firefighters Charities and the City of Peoria and a whole bunch of vendors have come together to provide backpacks and school supplies to students, and also a whole fun room for our educators, teachers, some great things there. So make sure you come out. The 26th, so that's Saturday, 8 a.m. is when it starts. I was there helping stuff the backpacks on Monday, so that was great fun. So just appreciating our community partners. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit.
Just one thing for me, I wanted to just thank all of the teachers and admin that have been working very hard this week to implement our new cell phone policy. That was definitely a big shift, and I want to say thank you also to our public relations team who has been doing a great job beginning that campaign to roll the information out to parents.
Thank you, Ms. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles.
I was going to mention the backpack giveaway as well. Clerk Toby and I did that last year, and it was actually a lot of fun. A lot of parents, a lot of resources, as well as backpacks. So if you can attend, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Just one thing for me, I was able to attend a training with our safety director, Matt Richards. Always looking at ways to improve our campus safety, even from a virtual environment. So we're always looking for additional measures that we can take as a school, along with our cell phone policies, but considering the internet as a whole when it comes to our student safety. President Rooks, any comments, sir?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say I hope everyone has a great year. School starts next week, and I know we won't have another board meeting until August 14th. I also wanted to say it was great to see the news channel feature our Back to School New Teachers segment. Mrs. Airy, thank you for that. That was wonderful to see on what we're doing to help our new teachers come back to the school to prepare for our students. So that was great to see. I wanted to say thank you to Dr. Hernandez and her team for clear academic goals that I was able to see through the Arizona grant management system through the Arizona Department of Ed. If you look on there, you can see grants that we apply for in our district. Previously, over the years, I had seen a lot of DEI language through the grants, and there just wasn't any clear vision on academic support for students. But with your leadership, Dr. Hernandez, and your team and all their hard work, I have seen now that those grant narratives have changed with goals that align for supporting students for reading and math. So I just want to say thank you for those changes that you have made to strive for our students and their success. I also want to say thank you to Safeway. I was able to attend today with Mrs. Ewing, Dr. Summers, and a lot of admin and the principals from the schools. I just want to say congratulations to Raymond S. Kellis High School, their football team, the band, the cheerleaders that were there, along with Cotton Bowl, Sun Valley Elementary, Alta Loma, and Country Meadows, and also to our preschool program that was also able to receive checks from Safeway. So thank you to Safeway for recognizing our schools and the students and their needs. I would also like to, a couple more things. I would like to state that I am not in support. Recently, the National Education Association, they adopted goals that have nothing to do with educating students. I find it really appalling, some of the goals that they were adopting and then also looking to vote on. Some of them surrounding labeling our U.S. president a fascist, and then a lot of their stance on very against Anti-Defamation League. They're very, it just was just hard to see. So I just wanted to make that very known that I am very disappointed in the National Education Association. Lastly, or a couple more here. I did want to inform there's been a lot of families reaching out, so I just want to kind of make them aware. In around October, the board will probably be discussing the calendar. We have a future calendar next year. So I know there's a lot of concerns around that, so just wanted to share if you want to check in on that. That will be coming up. Also, I do want to say thank you to the cabinet for the email that went out to our parents for the upcoming school year. You know, the new policies we voted on, obviously the phone policy. I would like to just provide a little bit of feedback moving forward. You know, the student privacy policy that we voted on, it really didn't have the actual language of the policy in that email. Same with the phone policy. So next time moving forward, if we could just have that actual language when that communication goes out so that families are aware of what the language changes are. And I'm just going to finish with, I hope that everybody understands by now that there is a new board. And personally, myself, speaking for myself here, I'm not going to tolerate things being swept under the rug or shoved aside. I will hold accountability when it comes to how things are done in the district. And the days of how things used to be are gone. If you think that I won't find out about something, I just want to make it very clear that I probably already know, or I will find out, because there are a lot of people in this district, staff, families, community members, that trust me enough to share what is happening, and I will get things done. So I just wanted that message very clear, and I think it's time to step up to the plate. And I also think that when I'm thinking about this, a baseball phrase comes to my mind when I'm having these frustrations that have been going on the past couple weeks. And I hope that it's understood. So I wanted to kind of come up with a baseball phrase, and that is, never allow the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game. And that is my final board comment.
Okay, thank you, President Rooks. Moving on to 6.2, Superintendent comments, Dr. Summers.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet guests. Just a couple comments this evening that are echoing already comments that have been brought forth. So thank you again for shouting out the great Safeway opening or reopening grand event at 107th and Olive. So we did have students and leaders from our various schools. Thank you, President Rooks, for acknowledging those schools already in your comments. And we are just very grateful for the exceptional support that we receive in the form of grants that are supporting our students on their educational journey, which highlights the strong relationships and partnerships that we have with so many different community partners. So thank you again to Safeway. Congratulations on the grand opening, and we look forward to future opportunities where we get to celebrate all the great things that are happening across Peoria Unified. As also was acknowledged this week, Peoria Unified's Learning and Teaching Department welcomed approximately 250 new teachers to Peoria Unified during new teacher orientation, which took place at Centennial High School. New teacher orientation is held every year to onboard the new educators that have joined our district. And this year we took a slightly different approach to support our teachers. Set up like a conference, new teachers attended various workshop-style sessions to participate in professional development to maximize student engagement in the classroom. So we're excited to have all of our new educators as well as all of our returning educators joining our Peoria Unified team. And we are very, very excited and ready to start an exciting new school year ahead. So in the spirit of our terms that we've used, game on, let's go.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to Section 7, Action Item 7.1, Strategic Framework Key Performance Indicators, presented by Dr. Summers.
Thank you. Good evening again. Clerk Toby, President Rooks, members of our board, cabinet, and guests. Very excited and grateful for the opportunity this evening to present our updated strategic plan framework. So tonight's presentation is going to reflect where we've been, where we're going, and how we'll hold ourselves accountable in service to student success. So we will cover tonight a brief review of our strategic planning and framework timeline. Then we will reaffirm our strategic priorities and introduce to you, it's a big reveal, a new graphic that reflects the alignment in these priorities. We'll define also how we'll measure success with our key performance indicators, also known as KPIs. And finally, we'll set the stage for phase 2, which is all about how we get to the actions and the shared accountability that we expect from all of our great work that's happening in the system. So just a brief review of where we have been over the past couple of months of the summer. So you'll recall that at our June 11th governing board study session, we previewed draft priorities, outcomes, and KPIs, and we gathered some of your feedback. Since then, we have been working to refine the work and prepared the presentation here tonight for your consideration of formal adoption. So this will mark the conclusion of phase 1 and set us up for our next stage, which is, again, all about how we put the plan to work, so our implementation and monitoring phase. Key elements of this phase will include translating strategic district priorities into actionable steps for our schools and departments, aligning goals and resources across the system, involving all of our stakeholders. That includes our educators, all of our wonderful staff, families, and other partners in the co-design and implementation process, and most importantly, continuing to monitor what matters most and adjusting as we go. So here's the reaffirmation of strategic priorities, as well as the reveal of a revised graphic. So what you will hopefully notice as you begin to absorb this graphic for the first time is that we are unpacking students. Is that an alert? Okay. I can pause.
Go ahead.
Keep going. All right, thank you, sir. So with this new graphic, we are reaffirming our commitment to student success at the centerpiece of everything that we do. And you will see 4 supporting priorities that our board has helped shape. The newest priority this year is going to be a specific naming of our commitment to learning and teaching. You will continue to see safety and wellness, stewardship of resources, and then a slight rephrase of community connections into specifically parent and community partnerships. And again, all of those efforts, all of those priorities and initiatives will funnel into that centerpiece of what we are all about, which is every student's success. So that visual reflects the deeper coherence within our system and demonstrates the alignment that we are working to achieve in order to ensure that every student thrives. So as we work to also define success, we are going to be very clear about what are the measures that will help us monitor how we will achieve what our greatest goals are. So these measures will ensure that we are staying focused on student outcomes, which helps us to avoid strategic drift, reinforce accountability and transparency, as well as alignment at all levels. And we're also going to work very closely with all of those stakeholders that we were mentioning earlier to create clarity across our system. We're not measuring for the sake of measurement. We're doing it to drive continuous improvement. So next, what I will do is go into each of the 5 strategic priority areas and highlight specific outcomes. You'll see the different metrics or measures, if you will, in the middle column of each of these subsequent slides, and the key performance indicators that are attached to each. So let's start with student success. Again, the North Star of our strategic plan. This is the central outcome in which all of our other priorities will align. Our first focus area is improving academic proficiency across all core content areas and grade levels. We are setting a measurable target of a 3% increase in proficiency across ELA, math, and science. This goal is ambitious but achievable and will require high quality, best first instruction, strong assessments, targeted interventions, and enrichment. Second, we are prioritizing growth and proficiency for English learners and students with special needs. We're also calling for a 3% increase in proficiency rates for both of these specific student subgroups. These efforts reflect our belief that all students deserve access to rigorous learning and personalized supports. The third focus is on post-secondary readiness. We aim to maintain or improve our CCR index above 19.9. I have been reminded that that's about as high as you can go, but we will continue to demonstrate achievement in that area, as well as not only maintain, but hope to improve on that graduation rate above 94%. And then new this year is really zooming in specifically on the percentage of our graduates who will earn a CTE certification or 6+ dual enrollment credits, ensuring that our students leave Peoria unified with real-world credentials and options. Again, these are not just numbers, they represent students better prepared to succeed both in school and beyond at an academic level, professionally, and in the specific pathways of their choice. And critically, these indicators will anchor our accountability system so we know what's working and where we need to adjust, and be agile also in how we are going to make those adjustments as we go. That takes us to our newly defined and described strategic priority this year, which is learning and teaching. It reflects the heart of our mission, ensuring students experience high quality instruction every single day. There are three outcome areas that guide this work. Every student receiving standards-aligned, high-quality instruction delivered consistently and with intention, as well as a clear focus on not just educator growth, but really all of our employee groups, our educators, our administrators, and our support staff through professional learning and coaching that is timely, relevant, and meaningful. And increasing coherence, tight alignment, again, you're hearing me saying these same words over and over. They mean something between what we teach, which is our curriculum, how we teach it, which is our instruction, and how we measure learning, which is assessment. To gauge our progress, we'll increase staff satisfaction, especially regarding the relevance of content provided across all employee groups, recognizing that professional learning must be responsive and differentiated. We'll ensure 100% of our schools implement the district's priority standards on time. And we'll increase the percentage of observed lessons aligned to district curriculum with a baseline target of 90%. This priority is not about compliance. It's about clarity and coherence and a stronger system of instructional support that raises the floor while also stretching the ceiling. At its core, learning and teaching is about ensuring access to rigorous, relevant learning every day in every classroom. And I just want to pause for a little bit of impact on that, because this is something that we have been working on, but we haven't necessarily named it and claimed it and then said these are the measures that we're going to be extremely deliberate about and make sure that we are holding that high bar and that high standard of excellence. Okay, that takes us to safety and wellness. Safety and wellness is a non-negotiable foundation for learning. Students and staff must feel safe and supported before meaningful teaching and learning can take place. We've identified three key outcome areas. First, we will ensure all campuses are safe and secure with consistent protocols, facility safeguards, and proactive practices across every site. Second, we are focused on building student and staff confidence in our emergency preparedness. It's not enough to have a plan. We need to build trust that the system works. And third, we must ensure that every school has operational systems and trained personnel in place to respond effectively. Our key performance indicators include 100% of campuses completing all required drills on time, which ensures readiness and compliance, 100% of our staff being trained in both emergency procedures and relevant district safety policies, and a student-focused measure. We aim to increase the percentage of students who report feeling safe and supported with a target of 80%. Final framing note. While safety absolutely includes these physical measures like drills, training, and protocols, it also means ensuring that students feel secure, supported, and ready to learn. Our aim is to create campus environments where students are confident in their surroundings and able to focus on their learning. This priority balances strong systems with a clear focus on student environments, learning environments, as well as preparedness and a culture of care. Which brings us to our next priority around stewardship of resources, which is about making sure that every dollar, every facility, and every staffing decision is strategically aligned to student success. This priority includes three core outcome areas. One, aligning resource allocation to student outcomes. In other words, we're investing in what works and has a measurable impact in return on learning. Number two, facility utilization and capital planning, using data to ensure our buildings are right-sized, well-used, and support the academic and community needs of both today and tomorrow. And three, investing in instructional excellence and staff capacity, because we know that recruiting, developing, and retaining great educators is one of the most critical levers we have. Key performance indicators include increasing the percentage of funds allocated directly to instruction. And this will be a first year that we will be taking a real deep dive into that, so there will be baseline measures that we'll be bringing forward for board consideration as we develop budgets and implement them, as well as annual reviews of program effectiveness tied to student achievement outcomes. We also have to prioritize 100% completion of our capital master, and I'll add long-range plan with meaningful community involvement. I'm going to stress we want to do this with our community, not to our community. And make sure that we're continuing to develop wonderful staff in the 90% target, as well as retaining those individuals as a stability mark for our key to success, as well as maintaining a student-to-teacher ratio aligned with district targets and instructional best practices. Again, this priority is not just about compliance or finance. It's about making intentional decisions that maximize impact, promote transparency, and build long-term sustainability. It's also a reflection of our commitment to being good stewards of both public trust and taxpayer investment, which leads us to our last priority area, parent and community partnerships. We know our schools do not operate in isolation. They are embedded in the communities that they serve. This priority is about strengthening those connections and ensuring trust, engagement, and collaboration, which are all at the heart of our work. 3 key outcome areas that guide this priority. 1, deepening partnerships with families and the broader community, recognizing that strong relationships are essential to student success. Number 2, increasing access to volunteering and mentorship, because our families and community members want to give back, and we need to create more structured and meaningful ways for them to do so. And 3, enhancing trust and transparency through consistent two-way communication. Communication is not just about messaging, it's about listening and responsiveness. Our KPIs reflect both connection and perception, increasing the percentage of parents reporting satisfaction with school-to-home communication, increasing the number of volunteer opportunities and access to them, monitoring growth in the number of new students enrolling in Peoria Unified as an indicator of community confidence and reputation, and finally launching a district-wide customer service program with a target of 80% plus staff participation and a positive rating. This is about being a district that invites participation, builds bridges, and earns public trust, and one that keeps families at the center of the educational experience. So what's next? We are excited and eager and ready to start implementing this plan as we work into this upcoming school year that will serve as our baseline year of this revised strategic plan framework. We will implement the strategic direction across the district. We're going to engage stakeholders throughout, monitor early indicators, and refine our approach. And we are anticipating and planning on bringing all of this data to the board at regular intervals over the course of the next several months, so that by spring of 2026, we'll be ready to finalize our full-blown 2026 through 2030 strategic plan with incorporated feedback in the refinements and adjustments that I mentioned earlier. So the closing thought, and excited then to hear more of your questions and feedback, is that this really is more than a framework. It's a commitment to lead with clarity, purpose, and impact, and a shared opportunity to lead together with excellence. So again, I thank the board for your input throughout this process and welcome any feedback or questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We'll open it up to board comments or questions. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Okay, so yes, I've got some comments here. Well, first of all, I want to say that on slide, because I know we talked about this last time, I just wanted to say, so on student success, not on student success, on learning and teaching, on slide 9, I just wanted to say thank you for, on the metrics, for adding the attendance on there. I know last time we talked about how that's a really important piece of that, so I just wanted to add that in. But if I go back to student success, I think it's just good for our community to understand why we chose the 3%. Because I know there's logic behind that. So if you can just explain that to me.
So I'm going to give you my first best attempt at that answer, and then I have reinforcement to my side here in our illustrious Deputy Superintendent of Educational Service. So we've been looking really closely at data points as we have all of the results from last year and the trends over the last few years. What we are zooming in on specifically, and I'm not going to name individual schools per se, but what I will tell you is that we know that there's a trend line. That if we mark that trend line relative to who's above and who may be performing currently below that line, in order for us to meet an expectation of 3%, there are some opportunities to really zoom in on specific schools with specific strategies that we know are going to target students who are currently performing below that proficiency benchmark. Now, that's one way to think about this in terms of just getting to that 3%, but I'm gonna stretch this a little bit further. It's not necessarily saying, hey, we're only stretching for 3%. What do we want to make a dramatic and dynamic increase in student achievement across the board? But we also know that takes some time. We know that we have new curriculum. We know that there's a lot of different strategies and competing priorities maybe that sometimes have clouded our ability to really demonstrate those results. We're not satisfied with flat growth that we've seen, or flat proficiency rates of growth that we've seen over the past few years. So we really believe that by reaffirming our commitment, this is why it's so important to think about not just these priorities in isolation, but think about how we're clearing the path, if you will, across all of the priorities that we are putting here in front of you to say this is how it's all going to drive towards student success. And by renaming learning and teaching, and we know that that's not just learning and teaching in the student-focused sense, but also in the educator-focused sense of the word, that 3% is really just the starting point. We would anticipate and we would hope that we would bring forward for the board's consideration as we think about this longer range plan, that 3% is really for this year. And then how do we stretch that goal and go as high and as far as we possibly can go across the board, across all grade levels? And we know that we really have to zoom in on early literacy to see those gains across the board. So actually, that wasn't quite as short of an answer as I anticipated, but that's sort of the methodology and the thinking. And Dr. Hernandez, anything else that you would add to that? I guess I got an A-ish for that response.
You did fantastic. And then as far as the metrics, I know like STAR assessment, we can definitely see if we are trending towards these, getting to these goals. So are we going to be able to have that progress monitoring at a point to see, do we need to pivot with our interventions that we're doing? And because I don't think it's as valuable if we're only looking at the data at the end of the year versus we really need to be looking at it throughout the year and make sure we're trending in the right direction and catching and pivoting and moving if we need to for our students.
Clerk Toby, Mrs. Ewing, thank you for that question. That is exactly the precise way that we are thinking about it as well, that we are going to be really assessing our performance at regular intervals. The STAR assessment provides some windows of what those assessment timeframes will look like so that we can be very clear about in more of a short action cycle type of an approach as to what strategies are working or if we need to adjust course in some kind of way and what additional supports or added resources may need to be in there. I will add, we are planning on at the August 14th board meeting, deep diving that a little bit more specific to literacy as our focus. I know we've spent some time talking about what those different programs and different supports look like right now, so we will bring more of that your way, and then I would anticipate, what that needs to look like over an every 6 to 8 to kind of 10-week process, knowing that we're going to be doing this in real time, and that when we bring it to the board, there may be a little bit of a lag between, what we just measured and where we are and how that refinement process will work. But we anticipate and really look forward to sharing all of that data with you as we move through the year. Okay,
perfect. Thank you. And then if I go to the, and I'm just kind of going page by page, on learning and teaching, again, thank you for adding the attendance piece in there. So we have ensure every student receives high quality standards aligned instruction every day. We have our interventions, professional development, curriculum pacing audits, and instructional walkthroughs. Is there any way that when we're doing PDs that we are measuring, I don't know if they have quizzes at the end or so forth, are we measuring, are they learning the information that's coming to them? Is there a way to measure that transference of that knowledge into the instructional use? So I just don't know if, there's a little bit more there better ways to actually measure what their learning is applying and transferring into that student achievement or proficiency or that type of thing.
Clerk Selby, Mrs. Ewing, I am going to lean a little bit more on Dr. Hernandez to help illuminate that just a little bit further.
Clerk Toby, Mrs. Ewing, thank you for that question and the opportunity to provide some information about that. So the ultimate measure of the effectiveness of professional learning, professional development, and training will be in student achievement data. But along the way, what we're looking for is, for example, I was in a new teacher orientation session yesterday, and the instructional coach was leading a session about high quality questioning. It's an instructional strategy that we utilize to ensure that we're asking high quality, high rigor questions as opposed to yes or no responses. And so our instructional coaches are leading our work on that instructional strategy rollout while they are also in classrooms, since we've done this work with our administrators too. So in classrooms, they're providing feedback to teachers about the questions that they are asking. So one of the activities we did with our school leaders was we had them go into classrooms, we had them write down the questions that they're hearing, and we had them come back for professional learning with us. And we said, okay, now we're gonna take those questions and we're gonna write them up. So how can you support your teachers with feedback? And I heard you ask this question. What would it sound like if you added this to it? So getting some more of that. Can students explain their thinking? Can students go beyond their thinking and explain with an example? And so we monitor that throughout, how well that instructional strategy is being utilized in the classroom. And you'll see our instructional walkthroughs will incorporate that as well. Are we seeing those instructional strategies, and are we providing feedback on how to strengthen those instructional strategies in the classroom that will ultimately lead to that increase in student achievement?
So it sounds like as those come forward, you'll tie that piece together. Okay, thank you. And then let's see, on to family and let's see, because this is a little bit different than last time's. But so on the safety and wellness, and I don't know if it would be under safety and wellness or as far as student behavior. Are we tracking the decreases in behavior or maybe even classroom disruption? Because I know that there are multiple things that happen throughout our school day that interrupt the teacher's teaching time, whether it's fire drills or just things happening at the schools and so forth. So I'm just wondering if we are tracking that, and I know that a lot of times student behavior falls into disrupting the whole classroom. So I just didn't know, I didn't see where that was being tracked.
Clerk Toby, Mrs. Ewing, the answer to that is yes. We did have some rigorous conversation about whether or not we thought about including it as a specific key performance indicator for this version, this focus point or baseline year of this rollout of the strategic framework. And what we, at least at a leadership level, discussed is it's not that we don't see value to tracking that type of and monitoring that type of effort. There's a lot of different schools of thought about how and why and what are all the different things that are coming into play as we establish a district measure. And so we just felt like this may not be the year to introduce that particular KPI for this particular measure. Of course, we are open to that feedback. If the board were to say, hey, we really think this needs to be there, certainly we can go back to the drawing board, include some aspect of what that measure would be. But I wouldn't want to deep dive that too much too soon without really getting the feedback and the direction from our governing board first.
Okay, and then on the safety and wellness, it looks like a lot of the metrics that we're using is on student survey data, staff survey data, and parent survey. So, and that's, to me, that's important data, but it's not like
May not be the end all be all.
yeah, it's more it can be more subjective than, and it's not easily measurable. So, you know, other than that, I like the key performance indicators and the outcomes. I just would love to see something more data.
So again, to illustrate a little bit of the conversation we've had around that point, we recognize that as an extension of this type of plan, that it may be an opportunity for us to revisit the timing and the methodology of our surveys. So we do desire, and if I were to just kind of get to the good two-way communication opportunities, both from a parent and family level, as well as what we're hearing from our staff and how we're being responsive in those two-way cycles. It's possible that we think about, are those types of metrics or are the utilization of the surveys that we are using right now the best measure that we can really understand and be able to act upon. So we're excited to continue to deep dive that. And we want to make this as responsive, again, of a plan as possible. So those will be some indicators that we'll continue to look at some different ways to know that those measures are comprehensive. They're beyond just like one single point in time, and that we are providing outlets for individuals to say, you know, anytime we hear somebody that says, hey, I don't know that I feel safe, obviously we're acting in a very immediate basis. How do we track that? How do we measure it? How do we get back to reporting on it? So again, those are all features of how the plan will continue to evolve and elevate over time.
And then lastly, and I promise I know everyone's got a lot to add, is on the parent and community partnership, because you just were talking about that. Underneath the metrics of business nonprofit engagement, and then our key performance indicator, I didn't see how it aligned. So the metric is we have increased access to volunteering and mentorship, and then we have business nonprofit engagement, and then we have a key performance indicator of increased number of volunteer opportunities or students who enroll in our district. But it doesn't look like there's anything like if you're using mentorship is increasing mentorships by a certain percentage or internships or that type of thing. So I just was kind of
So
curious.
again, thank you for that. That's a great catch, great level of detail that you're focusing on there. This particular indicator that we're going back to with student success may not be the end-all be-all for this, but when we think about what are all the components that comprise CTE certification, oftentimes the access to a mentor or being part of a program that students are getting that real-world job-embedded type of experience would be one way for us to measure that type of engagement. There's other ways. So again, this is one of those things where we're bringing to you what we have, our best areas for focus right now. And this is one other comment I'll just make as an aside, not necessarily directly to the question, Mrs. Ewing. One of the things we got to be careful of is how many measures are we actually measuring? Because if you end up with too many, we're chasing a lot of different pathways in a lot of different ways. And so not to say that that's not a very important one, but you know, obviously we want to prioritize ways that we're partnering and engaging with the community that's benefiting student success. So that's just, again, really good food for thought, and appreciate the level of question on that.
And also, do we capture, I'm just curious what the turnover rate is when somebody comes and actually tours our schools, do we then capture whether that person actually then enrolls in the school or doesn't? And I know that you can, again, just like you said, you can chase a lot of data points, but it would be, when we're looking at increasing our enrollment, it would be, I would assume that most of the, because I think we're a pretty great district, is most of the folks who come in and actually to our schools, those turn into students that come to our schools. So I just was curious if we're looking at that. And I, by asking all of these questions, I do not want to make it seem like I don't think this is amazing, and I appreciate all the hard work that has gone into this. I just want to make sure I'm asking questions, so please don't look at it as me criticizing this, because it's an excellent, and you know, you've captured all of our thoughts very well, so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Actually, if I may, Clerk Toby, Mrs. Ewing, thank you for exactly that type of question, because this is not a perfect plan. There is no such thing, right? But this is a commitment to continuous improvement and how we're going to get better at getting better. So exactly the type of question that you're asking invites us to think. We're going to just share a quick little mini lesson on leading and lagging indicators, right? So what you're describing is an opportunity to bring in families to showcase and help them understand all the wonderful opportunities that they have available to them. As we're building those types of connections, and as we are then, I mean, obviously, you know, a little bit of salesmanship to sign on the dotted line, so to speak, those those are great ways to say, hey, what were the strategies that we utilized? So that really comes through that action plan development and making sure that if we see, for example, a school that is just completely skyrocketing in enrollment, that gives us an opportunity to learn really closely from them to say, hey, what were all the different approaches that you took, and how do we share that information in a continuous improvement atmosphere that really supports what all of our schools are looking to achieve as well. So exactly what you're asking for. We don't interpret it as criticism per se as much as it is, well, it's constructive feedback. And then I'll introduce another term, which is feed forward, right? So it's not just what you're feeding back, it's how we're utilizing that and carrying it forward. So you're doing a great job. We're right on track.
Well, thank you, and I will let the rest of our board ask the questions, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit, comments or questions?
Just a few comments. First of all, like halfway through your presentation, I wanted to stand up and cheer because this is so much more succinct and understandable. And at the end of the day, when we talk about key performance indicators, obviously we want to track the data, but I think for our community at large, what does student success mean? It means what we talk about, that they have opportunity in their life, that they are taking what comes in the form of a diploma from our school and it is equaling something in their future that is providing value. And so I'm just really excited to watch the community rally around this because I think this is much more marketable to the community and understandable. That coupled with the cadence of the timely updates, and we're all going to be on the same page of where the district is headed. I was just thinking with our PR with this moving forward, you know, one of the marketing phrases we use is you have to find like your one person that you're marketing to. I think we should always be marketing to a prospective student. Mm-hmm. And how do we market our district to that one prospective student so that they understand the opportunity that is available to them? And I think that this sets the groundwork to do that so well. I understand that this is really setting a baseline, so some of this is just that baseline data gathering, but I think it for sure sets us up for massive success in the future. There's only one thing that I had a question on, and this is kind of a grammatical gray area. On the phrase parent and community partnerships, I would take the S off of that, which again I know is a grammatical gray area, because it almost overemphasizes community partnerships, and I would maybe say like business partnerships to more emphasize the parent. As you said in one phrase that I love that you said is families are at the center of the educational experience. I fully, wholeheartedly believe that home-centered, school-supported is the recipe for success, and I'm excited to watch that play out. With our surveys, one question I've had in the past, and we've recognized this in our businesses, is, you know, data from surveys is only as good as the questions you're asking, and learning how to ask great survey questions is actually a subsect of specialty all on its own. And so I would encourage the district to even reach out to third party to really ensure that our surveys are actually getting to the heart of what we are about. And then are we planning on doing a student survey at the beginning, like that first week of school, just kind of getting a baseline of where the kids are at? Is that, you're smiling at me, so I'm guessing that might be part of the plan.
Toby, Mrs. Proudfit, maybe not the first week,
Yeah.
because they're adjusting. There's a lot of learning that's going on.
It's like you say you have some stuff to do. I don't get it.
But you are referring to, I think, a couple of things there, which one is sort of a pre-post type of an experience, right? How do we start? How do we maintain? How do we finish, if you will? So that's excellent feedback, something that we can definitely talk a little bit more about in our survey methodology. And I'll just add one more comment to your earlier comment. We actually played a little bit with parent and community partnerships. Engagement was the other way that we were thinking about framing that. So
you could even put community and parent engagement just to like really highlight that parent engagement piece. I think would be
great.
I think would be great. The reason why I'm really excited about this is I've been on the board now coming on 2 years. And this really feels like a reflection of not just what I've heard from past board and our current board, but more importantly, as I'm out with my kids and families in the community, this feels like a very good reflection of what the concerns of the community are and what the community wants to know about and wants to be involved in. And for me, I always say, like, this public school system is something that no matter whether you utilize it or not, we all co-own as taxpayers in the city of Peoria. And so aligning the city with the goals of the district and ensuring that that communication, that two-way communication is constantly happening, I think is going to be a really powerful thing. And I know that we're looking at other ways to include all students in our district. There was one more thing.
That's great. Feed forward.
Yes.
To borrow my
Oh,
earlier-
duh, the last thing I want to say, I'm like, I know there was one more thing. Academic services, thank you for being here. You guys have been here for like the past, gosh, board meetings. I mean, and I don't know that there's a department that is working harder than you guys have in the past year. And so thank you for making the time to be here and for all the curriculum and just everything you guys are doing. I know that we have dropped a very, very, very heavy load in your department. So just thank you for being so generous with your time and being here with us.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles.
Excuse, my voice is going to go in and out. Very good presentation and very well understood. On, for lack of a better way of saying it, I would say a couple of things being, for lack of a better way of saying this, you're on the road to producing a better product. I don't know how else to say that other than we have to raise academics. We've got to raise the bar so that, most parents would agree with me. We speak to our kids as if they're here, not here.
Stretch
So-
the ceiling.
Right,
Mhm.
right. And they'll always go past what we have done as parents, right? So thank you for that. I know that this is a work in progress. There's a lot of goals that, or outcomes, I guess, that they don't make a lot of sense. So, in other words, enhance trust and transparency through consistent two-way communication. I guess that's a bad example because that does tell you what you're going to do. Just more measurable, I guess, more obviously measurable would be, I would like to see. The data portion that Melissa spoke to, Mrs. Ewing spoke to, I personally am not a fan of data, or the surveys, for so many reasons. We probably have gotten better at it overall, right, because of computers and outcomes and things like that. I know that there are also some needs at the state level that you have to do some of these surveys, right? So I understand that portion, but I'm a business owner and, just every which way, like, if I fill this out, is this going to ding me on this or, that kind of thing, and just a lot of things. I'd like to see more than just, the surveys. I think you guys would agree with that as far as our cabinet and all that. And I know that this is the first read, right, so to speak. So with that said, I want to specifically have two questions, I think only two. On the safety and wellness, increased percentage of students reporting that they feel safe and supported. Without getting in the weeds too much with that, the fluff words that we can't count. So if you can't see it, you can't count it. The way you can get around that is to well define it, if that makes sense. So just be more specific in that, and because otherwise it's just going to be, 80% say they love school, and it wouldn't be the first week of school, right? And then those progressive, obviously, how you do in mid-year, and then what are the questions? And that was already asked. So more specific, and I'm right there with you, Dr. Summers. Behavior specialist background. Truth is, we really can't multitask if we were all being honest. Nor can we change 5,000 behaviors at the same time. So having more is not better, in some of this. And you already addressed some of that. So if we can get, some better metrics, I guess, in some of that, that would be great. And the other thing I wanted to ask, and I guess comment to as well, your CTE cert and dual enrollment, I don't remember what slide that was. I think you just passed it.
Student success?
Yeah, right there. Increased percentages of graduates earning an industry recognized CTE certification or 6+ dual enrollment. I am very familiar with both in our district. Would that also include our trade school, WestMec, some of the partnerships we have with, because, if you've read anything about education right now, very likely our coders are going to go away. They're really high paid right now, and I have some nephews and nieces that do that because of AI. And so the trades are setting our kids up for success. I don't know how else to say it. We've got multi-million-dollar companies that make really, amazing NASA, whatever, science, but if they don't have a plumber or an electrician, and I think the last time I read it was just a few days ago, like 100 and some, one company needed 100 and some, like 150,000 in the next couple of years. 60,000 I think they needed in 1 year. So I'd like to see more partnership. I'm a little hesitant to say WestMec, not really happy with some of the things they're doing right now, but we'll get in that later. But I think that would be good because we are partnering with them. And I don't know of any other ones, off the top of my head right now, but I'd like to see that as well. That's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, Mrs. Bowles, if I can just briefly echo that last sentiment. And I just want to, as part of the academic and learning and teaching services segment of a team, we have a fantastic career and technical education team of leaders as well as teachers. Matter of fact, they had a meeting earlier today, and I think Mrs. Rodriguez was able to attend that. So we have a dashboard that is like very, very slick and very, very comprehensive. And I don't know that we've had an opportunity recently to bring that forward for the board's review and interaction. So I was hesitant to put all sorts of numbers to that specific metric at the moment, only because I think it's worth some deeper inspection. But exactly what you're speaking to is exactly what we're referring to when we say increase opportunity, increase the access as well as the completion of what those programs offer. And there's so many different types of programs, so there's uniqueness to each that we just also want to hone in on, and that really invites, going back to an earlier comment question, how do we broker those partnerships with different colleges, universities, nonprofits, businesses, et cetera. So I know we are already leading in many ways in that area. We're not satisfied with where we're at. We want to keep on innovating and keep on stretching that. So we're excited about coming back and spending some more time on that specific data point. And then I'll just add the one other comment relative to their survey methodology. That's probably another follow-up item so that we can help the board understand a little bit more of what are the different opportunities that exist in terms of how we get feedback from students, from our staff, as well as our parents, and incorporate that because that's part of that good two-way communication process. So we appreciate all that feedback.
Thank you.
Feed forward.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Dr. Summers, I'm just going to continue on this baseball theme. If you build it, they will come, right? And I think what we are creating with community, with staff, with our student body population is a recipe for success. I don't have to tell you that education, public education, is not a new concept. It's been around. There's plenty of it around. And they have choices. People have choices. And what we are making is a different product to what Mrs. Bowles was saying. And I think this has the ingredients to be a better product, a superior product, compared to the other choices that families do have out there. So I want to throw a couple ideas at you,
Please.
just all at once, and then you can just respond if you feel. Under learning and teaching, I know that you and I had a conversation about uptraining and course development for our future leaders within our district. As we try on this new strategic plan, or as you say, strategic promise, I think that's more, hits closer to home, thinking about uptraining our educators, into those leadership positions. Regarding safety and wellness, I think that training, to your point, we do need to have that policy in place, but also train to the policy and to the least common denominator, right? So any substitute teacher should be able to walk on that campus and plug and play with whatever safety plans that we have. I think our district is one of the things that I admire about our district is our willingness and our openness to engage with our public safety partners. I haven't really seen that or talked to any other colleagues in other districts that have that same relationship that we do. And then the Mrs. Ewing already hit on that point. So, Mrs. Rooks, do you have any comment? Or you know what, let me give you response time, Dr. Summer. Would you like to respond to any of those thoughts that I have?
Clerk Toby, I will just say, let's play ball.
Roger that. Mrs. Rooks?
All right, am I up to bat here? All right. So, yes. Dr. Summers, I do like the new graphic with adding the different categories and making the focal point student success. I like how you centered that. I liked the learning and teaching being added on because I really didn't see that detail in the past before. I like that parent was added as well because I think that I agree with Mrs. Proudfit, your stance on the parent input. I know I would like to see under safety and wellness, I'd like to see more on our trespassing policies and kind of looking more for partnership with, we have such great partnership with Peoria and Glendale PD. So I'd like to kind of tune in with them since, you know, they've got great background knowledge on those type of trespassing policies. And then seeing like what our SROs need with support and protecting our schools and our children. So that's just one key I'd like to see under safety and wellness. I also had two questions under that category. I don't know, Dr. Summers, we talked about previously the key cards for students on buses for like the bus routes. Is there any update on that?
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, I'm going to defer that to Mr. Molino.
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, Dr. Summers, that is one of the goals this year. This summer there was a major upgrade to the technology items and infrastructure within the buses itself. We're going to start off the year with 1 or 2 schools to learn about the implementation and then start rolling it out. And then if we have to pick in regards to grade levels, the highest needs would be the lower grade levels. So we'll work with principals and their executive directors and Dr. Hernandez and her team in getting input from the schools on best way to do that and to track the cars on the smaller kids.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Molino. I appreciate that. The other one is our HVACs for all of our schools. I know that there's a couple schools I think we're still waiting on parts being ordered. So I didn't know if is there any updates on some of the schools for that under the safety category.
President Rooks, again, I'll let Mr. Molino respond.
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, Dr. Summers, we do have one school right now that we have been running on temporary chillers for the last 2 months. Those parts are scheduled to arrive in town tonight or tomorrow, and then with an installation scheduled for either Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Molino, for answering that. I appreciate it. Next is on, I believe, I know it was mentioned earlier for students and surveys, so I just want to make sure when we're doing student surveys, as always, we follow, you know, the parent permission, I think is important. I talked about this first. I love the idea of having our budget items on the district website. I've seen that across other school districts across the country. I think it was Clerk Toby that brought it up. And so I just would love to see that, you know, work towards the future there. And I do like what I've been seeing on the social media in relation to the little initiatives surrounding Peoria with the big word lead. I am loving that idea. Because that is where I think the phrase came from, leading with excellence, that we've kind of all been quoting. I think our board member Janelle Bowles said it back in January, I think at one of our board retreats. And so I just, you know, thank you, Janelle, for that great, you know, start of our year. And so I really like that you're bringing forward. The key measure on there, I think it's the student to teacher ratio. I think it's possible just to look at just that accountability piece when we're talking about the teacher to student ratio. I know we have the open enrollment, but just really being cautious of the overcrowded schools and seeing if there is a way to get input from our principals and staff and teachers that really voice their concerns of, well, they want to go here, but we have so many other schools that have a lower enrollment number. So if we can really work towards those better options for our out-of-district, families that are coming over, because I just really want to try to hone in on that student-teacher ratio. So I don't know if that's an idea we can think on. The other part is the master plan. I know that's going to be coming down to us in the fall. Again, I really like to think outside the box. So is there any ideas of Peoria traditional, I know is still in sharing school space with Coyote Hills. Is there any ideas, Dr. Summers, on what we could do to possibly have Peoria traditional to have their own school, one in the north and maybe one in the south? I'm trying to brainstorm here.
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, what I will say to that level of specificity of the question, which thank you for alluding to that within the context of our capital master plan, is that as part of that full-blown evaluation, we'll be looking at both available space, we'll be looking at programming, and we'll be looking at how we are responding to those varied needs, which is why, and you heard me, I hope, say earlier, it's so vital and important that we are involving and engaging with our community as those possibilities and future vision is made more apparent. Because the simple answer to your question is yes, we can look at that and other options across the board. I just want to make sure that we're doing so comprehensively and recognizing the spread that we have across our entire geographic footprint. And so we know that that's going to engage, as I said, a lot of stakeholder feedback. And what we envision with this plan as part of both a facility assessment process, as well as ultimately how all that leads toward programming opportunities that lead toward student success, is how that work will continue to evolve. And one more additional note to that, if I can. We anticipate an item at our next upcoming meeting for a procurement related to the costs associated with developing such a plan, recognizing that it will take a large lift. We are learning from a lot of what other districts in the Valley have also completed recently through their capital facilities master planning efforts. There's a variety of different experts in the field, if you will, who can be community partners with us in that process, but it will take an investment. So without going into all of that detail with you right now, and President Rooks, thank you for letting me just build off that question to answer it as comprehensively as I can. Again, coming back to the essence of it is, yes, that's certainly something that we'll be addressing, and there's a lot more beyond that.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. And I think, too, just for me is just really looking towards also working with our city of Peoria and our city of Glendale. I know city of Peoria in the past had really wanted to work with our district and our previous board on possible land for a high school up in the north. And so I really wanted to see if that conversation can be towards the future. So that's all that I have on this agenda. And thank you for such a detailed plan with you and your team, and I appreciate it.
President Rooks, thank you. I'll just add one more thing since you're not in the room at the moment. I was just looking over to my side, and our new Deputy Superintendent for Business Services has a big smile on her face because she's very excited to build off of those partnerships and really dive deep into all that work. So thank you again.
Great. Well, I appreciate her smiling face, even though I can't see it right now. I look forward to seeing her work.
All right, thank you, President Rooks. So for this, we do need a vote and a second. So is there a motion for 7.1 strategic framework?
I will motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 7.1 strategic framework by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. If we could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.2, Human Resources Report, presented by Mrs. Vicentainer. Welcome.
Thank you, Clerk Toby and members of the Governing Board. I'm here tonight to present the HR Board Report as well as the current assignments and extra pay report as presented. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Board, any comments or questions?
You know what, I don't have any comment, or I don't have any questions. I just want to say welcome again and looking forward to working with you. So I don't have any questions. Thank you.
President Toby, Mrs. Ewing, thank you very much. I look forward to it as well.
Okay, looking and hearing none, I just need a motion for 7.2 HR report.
I will motion to approve 7.2 Human Resources Report.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Ewing and a second by Mrs. Proudfit. If we can go through a voice vote, please. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes, 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.3, consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewal, CTR 063766 for fiscal year 2025-2026. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk Toby, members of the board, Superintendent Summers. So this evening, we are bringing back an item that we had presented to the board at our last meeting, and we're asked to do additional research and give the board some additional information about this particular vendor that we are using. We have done our research and our due diligence and have given you a little bit of a summary of the background of what this vendor provides to the organization. And also, there were several organizations with similar names. So we wanted to make sure that the governing board knew exactly which one we were working with. We put a link even so that you could go to the website and see. So this is a very valuable service that they provide to us. In my goals is to become more efficient in the way we do our work. And having boxes and boxes and boxes of files sitting in back offices or in warehouses, there is a more efficient way to do that. And so this document management service is one way that we have adopted. And if you, we've been doing this for a couple of years now. This first came to the governing board in April of '23, and then was renewed again last year in '24, and then we're bringing it for the third year renewal. It's very effective. We've started with our student records. Some of those student records have to be kept forever. And so you can imagine, as old as the district is, we have some very, very old paper files. So this is the way for us to be more efficient. So we are bringing this back for the board's consideration, and we are asking that we approve and ratify this as recommended.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. Board members, any comments or questions? Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. So first of all, I want to say thank you for sending those documents to us ahead of time. That was really appreciative so that we could learn about them. Normally you guys do this, but I think that especially when it's been something that the board has questioned before, if maybe some of those summaries can be attached to this for our community to see that as well, that would be great, I think, for just added transparency. But according to what you gave us, is Peoria Unified uses this organization for their laser fish for centralized document records management and archiving paper documents with long-term requirements, like you were just saying. And then I was really happy to learn that this organization works with 30+ federal government agencies, and they have a lot of certifications to support that government agency. So they're obviously a very well-qualified organization, as well as they have 100+ state, local government agencies. So I was very impressed with this organization, and I think it's just important for, especially with our conversations from our last board meeting, that our community knows that this company is a very well-esteemed company. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Anybody else? Okay. Mrs. Rooks, do you have any comments or questions before we move on?
I do not have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you to the cabinet for addressing, I think there was a board member at the last meeting that had questions on this. And so I always appreciate that you guys are willing to bring something back to present to the board, just to give us more information so that we are very clear on what we are voting on. So I appreciate you taking the time to make sure that everybody feels assured on what they're voting on.
Thank you, President Rooks. Clerk Toby.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. With that, for 7.3, I'm going to go ahead and motion to approve and ratify the presented cooperative purchase contract renewal from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, as presented for Global Solutions Group, Inc.
I will second.
Okay. We have a motion by myself, seconded by Mrs. Proudfit. Oh, Mrs. Ewing, throwing your voice over there. If you can run us through a voice vote.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion passes 5 yeas. Moving on to Section 8, discussion items. 8.1, Food and Nutrition Department update. Mr. Molino.
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests. Tonight, I have the honor of introducing a hidden gem within our district, Mrs. Sandra Shoso, our Director of Food and Nutrition. Sandra has been leading her department of over 260 employees as director for 13 years, and she has been with Peoria Unified for 24. She has a bachelor's degrees in nutrition, dietetics, and chemistry. What a mix. With a master's degree in educational leadership, she is a registered dietitian and holds credentials as a school nutrition specialist. Sandra will be providing the governing board and community an update on her department. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Shasal.
Thank you. President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, I am actually excited to come talk about school meals. I told them I could talk for hours on school meals, but I won't. I do enjoy teaching about school lunch and really want to tell you about the behind-the-scenes things that you may not see in school lunch. So I'll start with some background information, just so you know a little bit about our district. We as a district are about 42 to 44% free and reduced, and our lowest school, your Vistancia area, is 16%. And this last year, we were able to put 25 schools on the community eligibility provision, which is called CEP, which allows us to do free lunch and free breakfast to all kids at those sites. So if you were to look at our numbers, you might see some that say 90%, 100%. That's because of that provision. But before we did this, we had schools up in the 80%. Because of the CEP, we actually were able to increase our participation by 11%. So last year we served about 880,000 breakfasts, over 3 million lunches, 80,000 snacks, and 80,000 dinners. So that averages about 24,000 meals across the district each day. We also are able to generate about $280,000 in revenue from catering and serving other programs. So our department is able to help the community and the District of Peoria by doing meals for both students in preschool, tutoring, enrichment clubs, after school, all the different areas. Because we have so many schools that qualify for CEP and for High Title I, we actually provide free dinners for many of our kids after school. And because of what we do, we're able to provide better cost free meals for our preschool and for the after-school programs, which obviously helps their budgets as well. So now the teaching part. I think of Dr. Hernandez going, I get to teach up here. So let's look at the fun part, which is the fun part about school lunch. So this is all the work that you don't see that we have to do in the background in order to build a school lunch. So first of all, we want to look at just the general requirements of a meal. You have to have a whole grain rich. That could be your bread, your rice, whichever, pasta. You also have to have a meat or meat alternate, which could be your beans, your cheese. We always have a fresh fruit, a canned fruit. There might be a dried fruit. And then we also have any sort of vegetables. We always will have a fresh vegetable out for the kids. And then we have hot vegetables. And so you might have Caesar salads, bean salads, carrots, broccoli, or any other hot vegetables that we might have. And of course, milk. For each of these components, USDA does specify the actual amounts we have to serve. So this is where our kids start saying, but why? I want more. Well, they require how much we serve. If you look, you can see that they determine the amount of calories we serve, the amount of fat restrictions, sodium restrictions. All of those things are determined by USDA. One thing that, because we are a K-8 district, if you look in the column that says K-8, we actually have to do between 600 and 650 calories. That's our window that we get to serve to kids. They do that as recommended calories for kids those ages, and so we have to follow those. So we have a strict guideline. So when the kids say, well, I want 2 pieces of pizza, we still have to follow those calories. So we also, if you look, you'll see a list of vegetables. When you look at it, you'll see dark green, red leafy, starchy. We want to make sure that we're not just serving carrots to kids every day, and this is one of the regulations that USDA put in place that provided that. The goal for us is always to provide a lot of variety and good nutrition for our kids. So, and then of course you can see the fat targets, the sodium targets. So we have to make sure that we're providing good nutritious meals for our kids, but really looking at variety for the kids. So as we build these menus, like I said, you have the sodium restrictions, you have the fat restrictions, and you have the sugar restrictions. We serve cereal to kids, we serve yogurt to kids, we serve flavored milk. The products that we serve are the lower fat version, the lower sodium, the lower sugar versions. So you might see your kid's favorite cereal on our serving line, but it's going to be the lower sugar version than you would get at home. Our chocolate milk is reduced sugar. Shamrock Farms has lowered it even again this year to make sure it's an even lower version of what they used to serve before. Our manufacturers know that we are looking for food that our kids like, but it still has to be healthy. It's a balance of what we do. We always build in options. When you look at our menu, you're always going to see options. We make sure that we know that when you go to a restaurant, it's rare that everyone at that table is going to order the same thing. So it's just like that for our kids. Some kids really like some things, some kids don't like other things. Our elementary schools have 4 options every day. Cheese sandwich is one of them. You would be amazed at how many kids pick it because it's that comfort food, that simplicity. They enjoy liking it, and it is good. But we always have 2 hot options, a cold option. We make sure that one of them is a vegetarian option. And then our high schools, we have a minimum of 12 options every day. So you have your staple items of pizza, burgers, cheeseburgers, regular and spicy chicken sandwiches, salad wraps, Uncrustables. So we have a lot of options for our high schools. We also offer the Mexican food line, and then we call kind of our specialty line, where you're going to find the enchiladas, tacos, orange chicken, chicken Alfredo, just things that are more from scratch that our high schools are able to make. And for all of our students, we do make special accommodations for any kids that have food allergies. Some of it might be gluten-free, corn-free, dairy-free, all of those things that we provide. Now you might be thinking, well, how do you decide? How do you know what the kids actually like? We are always looking for new items and improvements to our classic items, like our pizza and nuggets. We receive feedback from our managers, and they're there with the kids every single day. We go out and talk to the kids. We know what the kids are picking for lunch. We also look at food items. We go to food shows. It's a fun job. And we get lots of samples from our manufacturers. We do taste testings with the students on some of these new products. We actually started focus groups this year with our managers and cooks to look at ways to increase student satisfaction, because it's not always the product, it's making sure that they're cooking it properly. You can go to 20 different schools and 19 of them will have it amazing, and that 20th school didn't quite get it right. So we make sure that we're looking at the product from, is it good from the beginning, and then how it gets to the kids. You can see some of the items that we did a lot of work this summer. We spent hours taking recipes, cooking the product, re-cooking the product, checking it with the kids. Thankfully, with our City of Peoria Parks and Rec programs, we had lots of kids to test it out with. Fried rice, chicken Alfredo, marinara, pizza, chicken nuggets, orange chicken, mac and cheese. Those are all items that we actually made again, and tested it with the kids. So, the other thing we get to do is just fun taste testing. I never had jicama until I was in college when one of my friends said, hey, try this stuff. I'm like, what is that stuff? So realizing these are things our kids get exposed to because we teach them. We will take that product, cut up into little samples, let them try it, and then the next time it's on the line, they get to actually go, oh, I had that. That was really good. And they might tell their friend this was good. Or think of a kiwi. If the first time you saw a kiwi, how do you eat a kiwi? So just little things like that are things that we get to do with our kids. These are just two pictures. They are old pictures, but I wanted to show sometimes what the kids take, and they say, Mom, this is all I had for lunch today. Well, what could you have taken? Each of those are full meals that are the same price no matter what. Same menu day, same everything, but those are things that the kids can take. And it shows what school lunch really can be. Another piece that we have to consider is equipment in our kitchen. Our schools were built, most of our schools were built and designed when menus had shifted from scratch. We used to get the whole turkey in the school before my time. And then you had to cut it up, cook it, do all of that. Then schools started going to more of that fast food style. And so that's how our schools really only have ovens. Our elementary schools have an oven. And then our high schools, they have the ovens, the stovetop, the kettles. They have more of that cooking equipment. But think about what you had for dinner the last few nights. What if you only had an oven in your kitchen? How would you have cooked dinner differently? So those are things that we have to think about when we're building our menus and what we have in our kitchens. There are certain things we would love to add in our schools, but think of the infrastructure that goes with it. Needing the water source, needing a source of drainage, having enough power in our schools. The infrastructure and really staff skill set are things that we have to look at when we're determining our menu. When we aren't building menus, like I said, we do some of the taste testing, but we also get to go do some nutrition education. As Kevin said, I'm a registered dietitian, and then we also have another one on staff, Victoria. She does most of our menu creations. I was talking to her today, say, how many menus are you up to? She's building 14 different menus to provide menus across our district, and that doesn't include all the special diets that we do. She's provided nutrition training with our PE teachers. She spent one whole year every Wednesday that we had Modified Wednesdays teaching them about important information to make sure the PE teachers were getting good information to our kids. She also meets with classrooms quarterly. She'll meet with them if they would like them to. I actually got to go to one of the schools and did a whole lesson on microgreens and root vegetables and letting kids sample them and see raw versus cooked versus roasted, just some different ways they got to taste them. We actually have just hired a new trainer to help us with a strong culinary background. Like I said, you really have to focus on the cooking techniques to make sure that our staff is cooking good, consistent food so that the kids really do enjoy it. So now let's switch gears to the financial side. We are a federally funded program. We receive money for every meal that we serve, and it's all federal funding. We also get USDA foods that helps purchase from farmers across the United States. That could be pork, chicken, but also fresh produce. Try It Local was a recent program that lasts through the end of this year, and it's specific to local farms in Arizona. It is a nationwide program, but Arizona gets to focus on Arizona farms. This helped us this last year by buying things like rainbow carrots, microgreens, oranges, just food from even farms in our West Valley, even cheese curds. We were able to do that. The only money we currently receive from the state is money to cover the cost of the reduced payments that we normally charge to students. And that was approved again in the budget for this school year. It's not permanent, so we'll see what happens for next year, but at least we have that for this year. So our reduced students do not have to pay again this year. One of the things that I did want to point out is part of the funding we receive does go back to the district as indirect costs because we as a program don't directly pay for things like payroll and purchasing. And the last few years, it's been about $1 million. This year, it's expected to be $1.2 million back to the district. And because we are like a restaurant, we have to cover our costs. We do determine our own meal prices. And you can see by the amount we receive, for each meal, depending on if a student is approved for free, reduced, or paid versus breakfast or lunch. That's what we receive every time we serve a reimbursable meal or a complete meal. Additional funding that we can generate does come through a la carte sales, serving preschool, serving after-school programs, and doing any catering. Because we don't receive any money from federal or state for an adult meal, we do have to charge the full price. So when teachers say, why don't we get meals for free? USDA doesn't allow us to, because I know we get that question a lot. We have held the cost of meals. Our current price is $250 for elementary, $275 for high school. Breakfast is $150 and $175 in the high school. We are one of the lower priced programs. However, that is not in any way saying that we are sacrificing the quality or limiting our student choices. We have always wanted a variety of good products and keeping it affordable for every child. And this is just a typical fruit and veggie bar. It's nothing that we did just for this picture. It truly is. This is what we serve to our kids. So food and supply prices have increased over the last few years, and as everyone has felt in the grocery stores. We have been able to maintain our prices and cover our costs through increased reimbursement, increased participation, especially because of our CEP-free schools, where that price barrier has been removed for some of our families. And really, we've been effectively using the funds we do receive so that we haven't had to increase prices. Part of it is training with our staff, making sure that they're not wasting food, but still making sure that every student has every option that's on the menu. They know my big pet peeve, don't run out of what's on the menu, because I came to that restaurant just for that item. So we do allow kids to pick what they want, knowing that they have to take a fruit or vegetable, of course. The goal is to get them to eat it, but we know that kids still don't eat their whole meal. But we want to make sure that we're doing our best to make it enticing for kids so that they want to eat it. The main goal is always to balance the cost of goods and quality foods at good prices that still meet USDA regulations and not sacrifice taste or nutrition for our students. We aren't going to be a fine dining, sit-down restaurant, but we still need to offer good foods for our kids that are still nutritious. So as we plan our meals, of course, there's a legislative impact. In 2006, the Arizona Nutrition Standards affected what we served our kids and sold our kids in elementary schools. That's when our snack bars went away in elementary schools. Then in 2010, the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act at the federal level added restrictions to elementary and now brought in the restrictions to the high schools. The biggest impact that we saw was fundraising and a la carte sales. The latest change that you've heard, of course, is the Arizona Healthy Schools. That's the HB 2164. So this bill focuses on the ultra-processed foods. This is defined as containing one of the ingredients below. The goal of this bill is to ensure meals that are nutritious and made primarily of whole, minimally processed plant and animal products. And you can see the list of some of the items on there. The effective date is 2026, 2027, that everything needs to be implemented. The realization is this affects the entire district, not just our school food program. It applies to snack bars, student stores, fundraising, and vending machines. Anywhere on campus during the school day that food and beverages are available to students is affected by this. Our district and manufacturers are already making changes. Some of the products that we serve are getting reformulated, especially your colorful cereals and chips. Colorful beverages are the items that I don't know. I haven't heard of any of the reformulations, such as like your bright blue Gatorades and yellow Gatorades, things like that we haven't heard back from. So the reality is that reformulations and manufacturings take time as they're sourcing ingredients and then testing the products and then creating them. Much of this has already been taking place. Manufacturers are aware of this, that this was coming, and so they have been working on it. We have already let our vendors know that if it's not reformulated by 2026-27 school year, it will not be used. Most of our products in school lunch are not being affected by this. It truly is just items like your cereal, your Flamas, your hot Cheetos, the Flamin' Hot Cheetos, but those are already in the process of being changed. So the manufacturers are already working to make sure those will meet that new bill. And then we're also working with the student stores to ensure their products meet as well. The biggest impact truly is the vending machines, fundraising, food trucks, and other events on campus. The bill states during the school day is when it's effective. Schools and clubs have already started their planning for the year. We have already been working with each group to make sure they've been doing smart snack requirements the last several years, and this will be a piece that we now have to add for education to them. It'll be a challenge for them to meet, but it is doable. So as I finish up, I had to include some pictures, and yes, these were lunches that I've had because I'm not a big picture taker of my meals, but sometimes I go, see, school lunch is really good. Look at all the stuff I picked on my school lunch. So these are typical ones that I have had in the past. So I just have to show off school lunch again. Before the executive session, I did provide a mini school lunch. I forgot the milk, sorry. Just to let you sample some of our products. They are the whole grain, lower sodium, lower fat items, just so that you can see that they do really taste good. Even though the meals are going to be whole grain, lower sodium, lower fat, and lower sugar, than we do get at home in restaurants, they really do taste good, and I challenge people to come and try it. It's really good. But always making sure that nutrition is front of mind for the kids. And of course, I had to do the reminders that the breakfast and lunch apps are available, or the free and reduced applications are available. You can start paying for meals. Just want to make sure I had that. So with that in mind, I do actually really appreciate getting to come and brag about school lunch. And I'm here for any questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you for the food before the meeting. It was much needed and it was very tasty. I'll open it up to the board. Any comments or questions, Mrs. Ewing?
Yes, thank you, Clerk Toby. So I just want to say, when I was a new board member, I came to you and we had such fun just having great discussions. So I still really enjoyed my time with you and so forth and all of your great ideas. So one thing I hope I can still plug, because we talked about this and I was like, every PTO or parent group needs to know this, is that you can provide, like if they're doing events and that type of thing, that you can provide meals and like the PTOs, because it would be cheaper for them to use that rather than ordering pizza and so forth. So please, to our parent groups out there, reach out to you. That's an excellent opportunity. It's a way to bring, I am assuming then that can also bring revenue back into the district. So that's a win-win for everyone. So I just want to make sure I plug that too. And then as far as your different types of meals that you can give, my daughter over the summer spent some time at a Camp Candlelight, which is a camp for kids with seizures. And so I just want to make sure that we have that ability to provide. A lot of times those kiddos need like a keto diet. And so I just want to make sure we have that ability to provide that.
Yes, Ms. Ewing, if you go, any parent that has a student that needs a special diet, there is a form online that they can fill out. We just need the medical documentation that says this is the type of diet they need, and then we can provide that.
Great, thank you. And I know with the new bill, the big lift on that is there's a huge education component to our community, because I know we do a great job of controlling it within your whole food services, but it's now being applied to the student groups and so forth. So I know that's a big, huge education component. So I know, hopefully, and I'm sure our communications department is working with you to try to get that communication out to our community. So, and that's all I really have. But thank you for coming, and thank you for everything you do, because the food is when our students are well fed, they can concentrate and learn in the classroom. So I appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate how creative your staff is with providing great, tasteful meals for our students without all of the appliances that most of us all have in our kitchen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit.
Lots of thoughts. This nutrition is something I'm really, really passionate about. I had cancer about 5 years ago, and since, I really dug into nutrition, and it's become a very large part of my family's life. I will say this about our school lunches. So my youngest daughter has many, many words for me about the dinners I cook, and I cook good food. And she loves school lunch. She won't let me pack her lunch. I've told you this before, but it's the greatest thing ever that I can not have to worry about that as an extra step in the morning. She actually has really loved and enjoyed our school lunch program, and I'm so grateful that that's not another thing I have to do in the morning. One question I did have, so I love that you guys are giving samples of things like jicama and beets, and yes, those, particularly beets, definitely is how you prepare it, whether or not the kids are going to like it. Do you have a lot of kids that are taking the taste tests?
We usually do it, we try to do it with either after school, or we have, like when we did the fried rice, for example, we actually used all of 4th grade at Santa Fe because we had 2 products that in our office were like, well, it could be this, it could be that one. Let's take it to the kids. And we actually served all of 4th grade. We have a system that they vote using their little tickets, and they try them both at the same time and tell us which one they like. So we try to do a variety of schools when we do it, so it's not just one school, and getting as much feedback as possible. We've used Sundance a bunch. We just did some at Desert Harbor. So we do try to reach more than just 10 students because so many kids like different things.
Yeah. That's great. That's what I was going to say is I don't know how many kids are going to come through the lunch line wanting to try something new necessarily, but doing kind of a push-in method I think is a great idea. To be quite candid, this was going to be my backup plan if I wasn't elected, was starting a nonprofit. But have we thought about, and I don't know if this would fall under your department, although certainly it would work hand in hand, of doing community gardens on our campuses? I've just found with my family, we have an orchard and gardens, and the kids are much more likely to eat things that they had a hand in growing, and I know it would probably have great curriculum tie-ins, but is that something, I mean, that's probably a very large task for you, but is that something that we've talked about, even microgreen kits? We have a microgreen kit at our house, and it's, super simple to grow microgreens. Is that something that we have considered or looked into?
I joke that the property in front of my office would make a great garden and a great field trip area.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's on the list right now. We actually have quite a few districts, a lot of schools that might do that garden. The challenge that we have is this teacher, it's their passion. And then when they move on, the garden just dies.
Right.
But it's amazing how many kids say, I don't like tomatoes. Until you've tried a tomato that's fresh grown, that's red, all the way through, doesn't need salt, doesn't need anything. So that's the piece that we've talked about. How do we do that? Whether it's through grants, do you have someone that's their sole focus, is making sure that we have someone at every campus that could do that? It would be a blast. I'd be happy to go
right?
mess with
Just
gardens
know
all
I'm
the
thinking
time.
about this and
Yeah.
ways to incorporate that, because I know, like I said, there are different grades where that curriculum would fit really nicely in. That could be stewardships over that. So just know I'm sure I'll be reaching out to you about that in the future. And then just one more thing. At a past school my children attended, there was an option on wherever we pay in, I don't know what it's called, but wherever as parents we pay in to our kids' lunch account, where you could do gift a meal for teachers. And there was like this fund that was just generic. So it was just gift a teacher. And I think it was like a $5 pay in. And that might be something we might want to look at doing for teachers that are racing around or don't have time to leave campus and get lunch. Or I would love as a parent, as I'm putting in the many dollars I put in for my kids, to be able to gift a lunch to teachers. And I don't know if that's something we could maybe work to add as an option for parents to do, just so our teachers are not also going hungry.
I can definitely look at that.
That would be great. And just overall, thank you for what you do. I'm very excited that finally the world is catching up, that food dye is bad for children and totally, just wreaks havoc on their system. And so I'm excited with some of these changes and excited to work with you as we as a district continue, I think, to lead in this area of nutrition. So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. I don't even know where to begin with this. It's definitely a passion of mine. I used to teach nutrition for children and down to the preschool level, and you have to get the book Tops and Bottoms. I'm going to buy it for you. I met you at the art festival, I think. Gardens, I was that person that we did do gardens, and I moved on, and they died. But behavior therapy, all that ties into it, right? Even in dedication to a teacher that's no longer here, we did all that. I have a grandson who I have a little herb garden, and I've taught him his mom doesn't like it so much because she wants to wash everything. And I said, no, you just rub it on your shirt. Pick that tomato, rub it on your shirt, so he'll eat it every time. And if you saw my car right now, you'd think I was a hoarder because I have a ton of curriculum in my car right now. If you're interested, it actually came from first things first, the plates, whatever. Anyway, thank you for what you do. I have only really one question, and I'm not exaggerating this morning. I was with high schoolers all week, I believe all week, and last week. And I've forever said, and I know you preaching to the choir, you can feed healthy food, you can have it available. Personally, whenever the the salad bars were there, because they weren't at every school when I was in the district, because some are cooking kitchens, as you described. The kids loved it. Like, I never saw them not like the salad bar. I would travel all the way to Lake Pleasant to get the salad bar because it was the best one. But I dropped off this morning because I promised them at the end of last year chamoy and tahine, and I know that I kind of am shocked, like maybe not a lot of people in the room, but they're pretty natural ingredients in a lot of that stuff. And so if we can make some way to get those things, and our culture, we have a lot of Hispanic, and, I like eating vegetables with that. Cucumbers, carrots are a typical one. Can we offer that to the kids? I mean, can you implement, I don't think they come in like packets. You'd have to have a, big jar. I don't know how that works, but.
They actually do.
They do?
We actually at Kellis, we have to limit how many they take because you have to make sure they don't take packets. But when they check out, I have to check and see if they still do. But often they make them in little packets, and we'll give the kids 1 or 2 packets as they're leaving, so that just like if ranch encourages them to eat carrots to get the nutrition in there, if tahine will help get them to eat the whatever items they're going to have, then to me, it's a win.
Yeah, so, that's cool.
Yeah,
thank you.
They actually do make them, so.
I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that. I knew the little tahine,
Yes.
things. I've seen those, but not the other. So thank you again for what you do.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. And didn't you used to teach the skeletal system with vegetables?
I literally was going to say that, and I totally spaced it out because I got hooked on the garden thing. And I no exaggeration, last night or the night before, my son with 3 and 1 on the way, his son is now going to kindergarten, right? And I can't even believe that, but he's telling him, yeah, Mimi, she used to make skeletons. For those that have been in the district a long time, they didn't know I was the same person when I got hired, but they called me the skeleton lady because we had a rectangle table, the size of a classroom rectangle table, really the size of a student, first, second, third grader, skeleton, all out of vegetables. And I used to tell the teacher, I'll get him to eat purple cabbage. They're not going to eat purple. They're not going to eat it. And they would come up, and it was the head. And I said, do you want some brains? Every time they wanted them. So anyway, yes, thank you, Mr. Toby, for reminding me of that. I'll make a skeleton anytime you want.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. And thank you for that presentation. Everybody hit most of kind of what I wanted to hit on. The one question I did have that I'm not sure on is the energy drinks on our campuses. Could you address that a little bit, or is that something under your purview, or is that something with a vendor?
So energy drinks, the crazy part is certain ones do meet smart snacks because they are calorie free. So in that essence, they do meet. However, we as a district can decide how we want to move forward. We in our department do not sell energy drinks, but you'll find them in vending machines and so on.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I think that, with some of the emerging studies about caffeine consumption, especially with our student population and our athletics department and how much is pushed, I think we just need to ask the question, do we want to offer highly caffeinated products to our students, especially when it impacts their caffeine or their calcium absorption, right? At such a early age when they're building bones and they're, speaking of skeletons, are we hurting our students by offering these energy drinks? So I don't know who needs to be the decider, if that needs to come to a vote. Dr. Summers?
Clerk Toby, Governing Board. So ultimately, you all can direct us to say what we are good with or not. So that would be something that, we can certainly talk more about tonight, or we can say, hey, let's come back with a little bit more of a game plan. We're open to whatever direction you'd like to provide.
All right. Thank you very much. Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, I was just going to agree with Clerk Toby on that initiative, Dr. Summers. I would really like to look into what we're offering: vending machines, our PTO functions, fundraisers, also our game nights. So I'm just checking to make sure that, what we are putting in front of the students is beneficial for them. And so I agree there with Clerk Toby's initiative on that. And I just want to say thank you for your presentation tonight. It was very informative. I loved all the details. I'm sad to say I missed your cooking tonight before our board meeting, but I've had it before, and the culinary department's amazing in our district, and I'm very impressed. And I'm just very excited to see where the direction goes. And I believe I did meet you as well at the Peoria Arts Festival for a few minutes. So thank you so much for all that you're doing for our students and our families in the district. And yeah, that's all that I have to say.
All right. Thank you, President Rooks. Thank you, Mrs. Shossow, for that presentation. Mrs. Ewing, an additional question.
I just can't let you go without plugging and the amazing work that your team does around Thanksgiving, and the pie and the turkey dinner, or the turkey lunch that you provide, and how you help to coordinate to make sure that there's enough volunteers to help hand out the pies. Anyway, it's amazing, and please thank your staff. That's one of the events I really love to do, so thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely. And anyone else that wants to come serve is welcome too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Moving on to 8.2, Student Discipline Data Entry System Overview, Dr. Hernandez. And we do have one public comment tied to this, so after your presentation, we will go to public comment.
Good evening, Clerk Toby, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. This evening, I will share some requested information about the Student Discipline Data Entry System to support your anticipated discussion. So first, we'll look at how the documentation process functions in practice through the requirements of Arizona Revised Statute 15-841. Then we'll review student behavior support and intervention process, which refers to how the major and minor matrix is applied for students. And then we'll review the safeguards that are in place to ensure accurate, responsible use across our schools. So we'll begin with how the documentation process functions in practice. ARS 15-841 addresses the responsibilities of pupils, expulsion alternative education programs, alternative to suspension programs, and placement review committees. I'll direct our attention to Section A from ARS 15-841. Pupils shall comply with the rules, pursue the required course of study, and submit to the authority of teachers, the administrators, and the governing board. A teacher may send a pupil to the principal's office in order to maintain effective discipline in the classroom. If a pupil is sent to the principal's office pursuant to this subsection, the principal shall employ appropriate discipline management techniques that are consistent with rules adopted by the school district governing board. A teacher may remove a pupil from the classroom if either of the following two conditions exist. Condition 1, the teacher has documented that the pupil has repeatedly interfered with the teacher's ability to communicate effectively with the other pupils in the classroom or with the ability of the other pupils to learn. Condition 2, the teacher has determined that the pupil's behavior is so unruly, disruptive, or abusive that it seriously interferes with the teacher's ability to communicate effectively with the other pupils in the classroom or with the ability of the other pupils to learn. So in summary, ARS 15841 provides teachers only two methods for removing a student from the classroom, with one being able to show documentation of the student repeatedly interfering with instruction, or two, the student's behavior is so disruptive it has seriously interfered with the teacher's ability to teach and the other student's ability to learn. So when we look at Peter Parker here in just a minute, you'll see how his teacher has followed the first parameter of the law by documenting the incidents and providing supports before requesting removal. So next, I'd like to draw your attention to the attached document called Student Behavior Support and Intervention Process. Thank you, Terry. This document is often called the Major-Minors Matrix. It's designed to bring clarity to the common behavior challenges as to who serves as the primary support person between teachers, office staff, and administrators. This document also provides guidance to staff on steps to support the student and ensure parent and guardian support and guidance are included, so everyone is working toward the same goal of getting learning back on track. So down the center, you see in the blue incidents, these are considered minors. Minors in this context means the classroom teacher takes the lead on the supporting the student to refocus on learning. Further to the left is guidance for the teacher on the steps to take to support the student. We call those interventions or dispositions, just to identify what the teacher did to support refocusing to learning. These could be a student conference, could be a parent phone call home, could be a new seating area, or even a detention, just to name a couple examples. So after multiple challenges with the same minor behavior, when they're documented, the teacher may then escalate for support to the office from an administrative standpoint. The green column includes incidents identified as major, which are office managed, supported, and documented, along with the steps you see to the right of the green column. So we'll take a look now at how these steps look in practice with our friend Peter Parker. This document, I promise, is only for training. It's not an actual student, and nor have any of these incidents been taken from a student record. So Peter's info is listed chronologically, starting with the most recent incident. So I'm going to ask you to skip all the way to page 4. For demonstration purposes, each incident is on its own page, just simply to make it easy to read for our purposes this evening. In accordance with statute, we see that Peter's teacher documented the incidents from September 20th. We see the violation is a minor, and the description tells us what transpired in the classroom that day. In the disposition section, the teacher notated the supports provided as having contacted Peter's parents and having met with Peter listed as student conference. We'll go to page 3, and we see that some time passes, but we see that there is another incident in October, and there are 3 supports provided, to include engaging parents for support and guidance, meeting with Peter, and this time we have that detention assigned, again, to help us refocus to learning. On page 2, we see a third minor incident for that same violation. And similar, we see a description, and now we see 4 supports to assist with refocusing to learning in the classroom. And on page 1, we see that in February, that Peter had another incident involving defiance, disrespect, and noncompliance. So at this point, the teacher sends the incident to the office requesting for that administrative support, and it's coded at the office as major. We see the administrator then supports the teacher's recommendation that the incident had escalated to the level of needing administrative support. The disposition here shows how the school suspensions piece, as well as very important contact with parents. So you see that contact all along the way, and you see the additional dispositions and the support as the progress happens throughout the school year. We'll conclude this overview with information about the safeguards that are in place to ensure accurate and responsible use and consistency across our schools. Training at all levels of the organization occurs annually, as well as on an as-needed basis, coordinated by a school's executive director lead. Training includes for new staff, new leaders, and refreshes throughout the school year as needed, noting that there is an emphasis this year on any incident that is noted and documented, there is parent contact made. So the executive directors meet with their assigned leadership teams at each school, and they review academic progress regularly. One of the questions that we prompt with is, what is hindering learning and academic success? If behavior or even attendance is another example, is that potential cause, the executive director's responsibility is to work with the school team to examine the data to determine the root cause. What is getting in the way of learning? In this scenario involving behavior, the executive director would work with the school leadership team to review the discipline incidents and the information that includes the amount of times we're seeing disrespect, for example, the categories they're seeing, ensuring that the descriptions in the incidents entries are necessary, first and foremost, and accurate. These steps support the integrity of the information from the vantage point of supporting students and their focus being on learning. And I'm happy to be available to answer any questions to support your discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Comments, questions? Mrs. Ewing, start with you.
We have a public comment.
Oh, that's
today,
right.
so-
Thank you so much for reminding me.
Yes. Thank you.
Devin Mosler, you're up to the plate. Reminder, you have 3 minutes for public comment.
Of course, my little device decides to lock me out. Just give me a moment. I'm sorry. Let me try it one more time. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, President Rooks and governing board members. Recently, I sent each of you an email regarding your intention to write a no data tracking system policy for minor behaviors. To date, I have not yet received any response to that email. So to ensure you received our message, I wanted to take the opportunity to share teachers' perspectives related to this intention. We believe a policy requiring teachers to revert back to a written documentation isn't in the best interest of our students. By documenting minor behavioral occurrences in synergy, our administrators and educators are able to better understand behavioral trends that students may be exhibiting. For example, if a student is exhibiting disruptive behavior consistently in one class or period, the educator is able to use that information to determine what may be contributing to the student's behavioral responses and make relational, environmental, or instructional changes in their classroom to better meet the needs of the individual student. Conversely, if the student is exhibiting these same disruptive behaviors in multiple classrooms or school environments, the educators and administrators have the opportunity to collaborate with the student's parents to identify strategies to assist the student in making better choices throughout the school day. As you may be aware, our district has utilized written referrals for minor and major behaviors in the past, and unfortunately, these written referrals have proven to be inefficient, ineffective, cumbersome, and are often misplaced or thrown out. This leads to missed opportunities to analyze the root causes that are contributing to student behaviors, provide families insight on behavioral trends over a period of time, and ultimately could disrupt the CST or manifestation process if documentation is not collected correctly. In response to President Rook's request to write and implement a no data tracking policy, PEA has taken the opportunity to gain the perspective of Peoria educators through a poll. As of today, over 150 educators, members, and non-members provided their perspective, and we hope that you will take this information into account before making a final decision to write this policy. All stakeholder perspectives should be considered when creating policies that could potentially and unintentionally harm students. Peoria educators have experienced the difference between written documentation and digital documentation, and therefore their perspective should be considered paramount in this situation. Data from our poll shows that 94% of Peoria teachers would prefer to continue documenting minor behaviors using the current data tracking system in Synergy, as the system is effective and provides educators and administrators with the information needed to make
Thank you for
decisions.
your comment. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
your time is up. Thank you so
Thanks.
much. Mrs. Ewing, I'll go back to you.
Thank you. First, well, I've got a couple questions. So, Dr. Hernandez, you said that there is parent notification after every logging of whether it's a minor or a major. Obviously, a major, I know that there would be parent communication, but you did say, so can you just reiterate that?
Sure, certainly. Mr. Toby, Mrs. Ewing, that is the intent for our training for this year as we're supporting onboarding coming in with new teachers and with our administrators as we're starting out the school year, that the training would include that piece, that if there is an incident to be recorded, that there is a parent contact that happens with that.
Okay, because Ms. Mosler, thank you so much for providing this email. It was great to see, because I feel like we have a really good perspective of the process of how it's administered, administration looks at it, and also how it's happening in the classroom too, and how the teachers are using it. So it was just really great to have all of that feedback to be able to really make a good decision, understand how it's working in the classroom. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, and I will do a better job of responding because I did read all the way through it. And you also mentioned that you also started talking about that you're looking at what is hindering the learning, and that we look at certainly behavior and attendance. I think that was something else that you mentioned. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Certainly. Mr. Toby, Mrs. Ewing, so when we think about this area from the perspective of what's happening with learning and teaching, if a child is not in the classroom, they aren't learning the content that we need them to be learning at the grade level expectations that we have for them. If they are being distracted by another learner who isn't maybe as focused, or they are that learner who isn't as focused, then the optimal learning environment isn't occurring. And so one of the options that we have with this particular system is that we have an idea of how much time, when I think about why is little Teresa struggling with phonetic sounds, well, how much time has she missed from being in the classroom? And why has she missed time? Well, she's attending, but why isn't she in the classroom? How much instruction has she missed? So this gives us that view from a classroom level. Is it one specific classroom in my school where students are missing more instruction due to behavior concerns, attendance concerns, or is it a grade level concern? Or from a district vantage point, is there a school concern that we need the executive director to look at from a more focused perspective? So that's where we're really looking at understanding where the needs are and what are the trends that we're seeing and what's keeping learning from happening.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong on the board, from the board perspective, this was brought forward to understand how currently we behaviors are input into Synergy, and if that and that there was concerns around that process of tracking and wanting to go back to the old system. I believe that was the conversation that we were having at a previous board meeting. So I want to look at, and I think it's important to let our community know that some of the themes of what was provided to us as a board on those teacher feedbacks. And the themes that I'm hearing about those that support the use of the synergy model is that it offers efficiency in just one of the duties that our teachers have to do throughout the day. So it's not a cumbersome process. It offers transparency and shared language. I remember Mr. Nuttall talked about just making sure that if one person says defiance on one campus, it means the same thing on another campus. And I feel like we worked really hard on making sure that every teacher and administrator knew exactly what those the definitions were. And that it does offer this offers some sense of security too and confidentiality of students. So I would like to hear about, if you can offer it, the risks that going back to a paper system can provide, the risks that might be there if we go back to a paper system versus actually being able to record data in a computer system, if you would be able to enlighten us.
Mr. Tobey, Mrs. Ewing, I will do my best. So I'm coming on to this new as the lead for this particular work. So from my vantage point, it's certainly we had schools doing things different ways across time, and we had many that had already moved to direct input into Synergy, as well as some who were still utilizing paper that would eventually then be added into Synergy. And then in the course of realizing that in how we were supporting students, because again, this comes back to what's getting in the way of learning, and our ability to be able to answer that question is imperative. And so what's getting in the way of learning without being able to have a consistent piece across campuses as a starting point, it makes it much more challenging to provide the supports that schools may need to answer the question of what's getting in the way of learning. So then, in order to be able to manage and support schools across, I believe, a 2-year period, there were stages of implementation where that training, as you referenced, the majors, the minors, how the functionality worked, how the paper piece for schools who were doing that way aligned to the online piece and what that looked like, occurred in 3 stages across the last 3 years. So we have schools, so we're getting closer to everyone being on the same page. With the schools that were in that first implementation were already further ahead, and we used the opportunity to learn from their experiences to inform what stage 2 would look like, and so forth and so on. So as we start this school year, we anticipate seeing much more consistency in that, and the incidents that are recorded, again with that parent notification, the incidents are reviewed to ensure that what is provided is first and foremost factual, free of opinion, and that parent notification has occurred when we're putting anything in as part of that piece around documenting an incident. And those are really the core underscores of what needs to be in place to support, to be able to answer the question, what's getting in the way of learning? Why are we not seeing students in class? What's getting in the way of having that happen? If it's a behavior thing, or if it's the learner who's not having the challenge, could still be impacted. And so it's a much broader question for what that looks like. But that is my understanding of how we've come to today.
Great, I appreciate that. And I did note that in a lot of the feedback that we got from teachers, they said that they really liked this because it allowed them to see behavior that maybe was happening across classrooms. And that really allows us to have that earlier intervention into behaviors. And the sooner that we can remove that disruption, or which doesn't mean necessarily removing the child from the classroom, but just really addressing it as soon as possible, and actually being able to provide that data can actually provide us more information about the context of that behavior, of why it's happening and so forth. So,
and Mr. Tobey and Mrs. Ewing, if you approach that example from the perspective of the classroom experience, you may remember I was a 7th grade teacher, and so 7th grade is the year. It is great to be a teacher, and it is great to be a student. Loved every minute of it. But as a team, so there were 4 core, and there were 4 of us most of the time in my teaching experience, and we would see, little Teresa probably behaved pretty well in my classroom. But when she would go to my math partner teacher, the behaviors and some different things that I didn't see in language arts that my math partner saw. And I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't been able to see the collective picture of the whole child sitting in front of me in my class. So it prompted my math partner to say to me, well, what are you doing that I'm not doing? Well, let me come and watch and let me see. And so really building that connectivity across teams of teachers that are there for the same reason. We are here to support this student, to make them successful in the classroom, what's getting in the way of learning. And here's the strategy that I use. We have a paper coding system. Whenever little Teresa needs to take a break, I know she flashes this card up and I say, okay, go. Implement that strategy in the math class and learning is back on track. And so the ability, when you refer to this as not a negative intent, it's about positive student supports and making sure that one classroom to the next, there's consistency in that learning environment. That's where I've seen in my own experience as a teacher, as well as a school leader, and here as a district administrator, the positive side of supporting students to get, again, back on track with learning and supporting teachers to help one another and what strategies are effective and are working, and that's the piece that we can collect.
And I really enjoy hearing that because, well, your example was great, so thank you, but it also allows us or teachers and administration to then lean into the parents to say, hey, we're noticing this difference in these two classrooms, and can you help us better understand your child and your student, and how can we work together and be that support for the child, like you said, to get them back on track. And then, so thank you for that. And then I feel like with the, or I believe with the electronic system, there's greater, it allows us to satisfy all of our legal requirements of documentation, and I like in the system, at least that's what a teacher mentioned, that it prompts you to contact the parent, so that when we say that if there's a minor or a major that's put into the system, that we're contacting the parent, that we're putting in place constant reminders of the steps that those teachers and what we've committed to doing. And so I really liked reading about that. So can you, since we don't have access to the system and so forth, can you talk to us a little bit about that once they put in a behavior, what prompts it does give to those teachers or administrators in their follow-up?
Mr. Tobey, Mrs. Ewing, I am not prepared with that information this evening, but I'm happy to get a step through for what that could look like, if that would be helpful.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, maybe at some point, if you can provide, I think that would be really helpful for us. And I really appreciate you saying that that's our goal this year, is to make sure that every thing that's being recorded is there's that contact out to the parent. And just based on some of the feedback I got, that each of our board members got from our teachers, they did say that there was that immediate prompt to contact the parent. And it seemed like the system made it a pretty seamless and easy process, because there's a copy and paste option of just being able to contact the parents in that way. So I just really appreciate that, and I appreciate you going through all of this, and I'm interested in hearing the rest of my board members' comments. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit.
Kind of piggybacking off of what we're already talking about, which is the parent contact. I'm going to have to disagree with you. I think copy and paste would not be the greatest thing. I would love to tighten up. It's not copy and paste, so you're saying? Yeah. I'd love to tighten up what we mean by parent contact. I'm just envisioning myself having a child have a minor incident and it ending up having 4 kids in a long line of emails that I get from the school, from all their schools, 1 million a day. And so I would love to see a tightening up when possible, parent contact on the phone, or just something to ensure that it's not a one-way communication, but we're actually reaching the parent in whatever way is best for that specific parent. For me, I would love to have a conversation on the phone personally. And so I just don't want to say, yeah, parental involvement is this box that we check, but we're not ever making sure that it lands.
Certainly, Mr. Tobey, Mrs. Proudfit, within the system, there's a log where you can send the messages that go through and you can document the exact conversations that you had. And then for me, it was when I promised the parent I was going to follow up. So we talk about parents being our supports, being our partners in this, and giving us guidance. So I'm going to put the thing that we agreed to do in place, and then my guarantee to you, and I'm going to document it in my piece right there in Synergy, that I will follow up with you in 4 school days, and we're going to check in and see how this is going, or we're going to go back to the drawing board, or we're going to keep going.
And maybe it's just as simple as saying that we can't count it as parent contact until we've actually contacted the parent, till we actually have confirmation that contact has occurred.
Am I the only parent that doesn't answer the phone when Peoria Unified comes up?
I mean, maybe I do the same thing. Really, it's just more those emails. Like in some of our parent square, I mean, I'm getting from sports teams, from everything there. It's just a lot of emails, and I can very easily see these getting lost in the shuffle. And I'm guessing if your kid has a minor, they may not want to come home and spill the beans first thing. So,
and the threshold for documentation is, if I think, do I need to contact the parent on this? Yes, I need to contact the parent on this, and that's where that piece is. And it's the phone call home.
Yeah.
Now, my child's teachers knew that I was probably, they knew what I do for a living, and so they were more likely to try me via email first because of, the phone thing. But I know when Centennial called me last spring, I needed to answer.
We've all been there.
We've all been there.
Yeah, and one thing I do appreciate about this, well, there's a few things, and I'll get to the other things, but that anytime your child is being documented, a parent is being contacted. That is creating the strong bond again between the school and the parent, because the parent is the first line of defense, always and forever. I did have a question on, if you go back to our sweet Peter Parker's role here, there's a incident role, and he was marked as offender. Is there, help me understand, are there other incident roles? For instance, Peter Parker is bullying someone else. Is that documented for that child as
the victim?
Victim? I hate that verbiage of offender and victim, but
the language is changeable.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes, let's be honest, it's 2 participants with each other. So I would love to see maybe that language and it's semantics, but maybe important semantics. And so we'll just say victim because I don't know what else to call it. But so that would also be documented, because that can also be important to document if a child has had a history of recipient of behavior from X, Y, or Z child, or whatever, is that also part of this documentation process?
It is, but it is not searchable in the way you may be imagining. So when I would go to review that particular student, they aren't going to populate as having a discipline profile because they were involved in another student's incident.
Okay, that would occur to me as perhaps maybe not be searchable, but just have that accessible. If you have a child who has a pattern of that, and as you're seeing maybe changes in behavior with that student, I just feel like that's another tier 1 kind of thing where they might not be the offender, so to speak, but it might be very valuable information. Going kind of to what Ms. Rodriguez was saying paper is like the least efficient way to do anything. As a parent, I feel way less safe with papers floating around about my child and not maybe knowing what they are or where it is or who's accessing it. I think for the next presentation, I would love to see a demonstration of the screen, because I know that there's a lot of capabilities within Synergy that we're not utilizing, but I think it would be very helpful for the board and the community to see, okay, I'm a teacher, this is what pulls up as I'm documenting, so we know that there's not a bunch of options that you have a choice or not to use, but what is actually in front of the teacher as they go to do this work.
Certainly.
Thank you for your presentation. This is very succinct, and I appreciate seeing how this is actually done, feet on the ground, because it is important. It is important to catch these things at tier 1. And again, not assuming that a child is acting out because they're bad. I don't think any child is bad. It could be that in math they need to be challenged more, and it will give us a jumping off point to have that discussion and perhaps, like you said, remove all barriers for learning. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles?
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Hernandez. First, I just have to say, did you mean to put theft and burglary on the minor incidents? I just had to put that out.
On the matrix list on the side.
Yeah.
So
Minor.
the amount and what it is.
What they take?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and in the school
Theft and
setting,
burglary.
that typically falls, but any could be converted into major if it needed to go that way,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
my car was missing.
Which actually leads me to the point of a lot of this, and most in the room already know how I feel about a lot of, let me back up. You said that teachers were receiving training in documentation. What are they receiving training in, and who's training them?
So it's their principals who do that training, and their principals are guided by their executive directors. So the executive directors who oversee all of our schools come together and review what's getting in the way of learning, where are the areas we need to improve, what is the feedback that we've had, what are the lessons that we have learned from different incidents and different pieces that have occurred. And as we're looking at the data and identifying areas, that's where I've identified the factual and the free of opinion areas in which we need to ensure that teachers understand what that means to support that those entries are exactly that, factual, free of opinion, and then the parent contact piece. So that's where that training comes from, the beginning of each year, and then as needed. And as I mentioned, the executive directors in their academic review, it comes up what's getting in the way of learning, and this data around behavior informs that. And so there's that safeguard opportunity there to, again, as they're looking at those incidents, looking at that language and ensuring, okay, do we need to tighten up the training? Do we need to redo the training? Do we need to change the training? Always being reflective of how effective we're being in supporting our educators to do these things this way.
So being familiar with Synergy myself, I am glad to see that we're actually using something like we already have, that we're using it. I'm not going to say to fidelity because I don't know that. But using what we already have paid for lack of a better way of saying it. I know there are things in Synergy that are helpful. I too do not like offender and victim. Unfortunately, that's how our whole system is set up in our society. But so I have a couple of more interrogating questions. Are we using MTSS?
We are not using MTSS. We do not have that module anymore. The board was notified in the spring that the district was separating from that component of EduPoint, as well as that piece was going completely away. And so all that we have left is the behavior discipline strand that would have been a part of that, but now that's just the stock version that you get when you pay for EduPoint.
Okay, and then how does Synergy, I know that it shows in Synergy if the child has an IEP or that kind of thing. How does that affect, because I've never actually put behavior things into Synergy. Obviously, the teacher should know that there's special ed, but knowing that and then knowing the child as an individual is a whole different thing. For instance, a parent in the district, actually through, I believe, MTSS, doesn't matter. Her child was, I don't remember their eligibility, but was in special ed, wrote on the floor, and was marked in the behavior system for vandalism. Now, the child, I believe, was a young child, like second grade or something like that. That's a pretty harsh label. So I'm going to go into the next thing I was going to ask, or maybe just discuss. I think Ms. Proudfit started asking this, but Synergy being connected to statewide things, right? If a school is using a different behavior program, PBIS or just any other program, they don't typically put behaviors in Synergy. So if my child goes to another school, let's say that doesn't use Synergy, but my child has all this stuff in there that says they're a vandal, all these other things, I feel like we're kind of comparing apples to oranges. Is it something that, if you have PBIS, or I'm just using that as an example, do they still put it into Synergy?
Yes, they do put it into Synergy.
Okay, that was not the case when I was in the district, so I appreciate that.
Because it is the source system
Right.
And it is from that team teaching example and from an administrative support example, that is the central hub to
Right.
ensure that from a safety perspective, that we have that information as needed. And I think the component around the special education piece is really related to your question around deciding, does it go, should that behavior, if it's a, an indicator, if the student has a goal in their IEP connected to that in that particular scenario, then it's likely more appropriate to document that particular behavior in a behavior chart or documentation log or home and school communication, because it is connected to a goal in their IEP.
Right.
So that is the piece of the training that we are also, so it's all students, but we also have that in our mind. We address that piece as well.
Yeah, and one would hope they have goals, because in this case I'm describing, they did not. And they are in our district. So let me clarify. You said that in our district, which is obvious, we're putting everything into Synergy, but other districts may not be putting it into Synergy, and I know that's a statewide reporting system. So I'm just not going to go down that rabbit hole. I just feel like if we're using other, okay, so let me just go into the next thing. We have social workers, behavior specialists, counselors that we're paying. I know that this tier 2, tier 3. What I'm hearing you say, and I don't want to get in the weeds with this, but that your focus right now is just on interruption of education, breaking, for lack of a better way of saying it, the law in interrupting someone else's education. And we're trying, as a district, to pull all the data together and say, okay, how can we make this better? Are we doing anything in addition to training, like how to even do observations? Instead of just saying, oh, they're defiant. Well, they might be defiant in my eyes, but that's maybe not what the behavior really is. And I know that most teachers are, and not to dummy that down, but or dismiss teachers, but most of them are not trained in that, nor do they want to be trained in that. And I don't know if this data goes away. And that bothers me the most.
So state law archivist says can be destroyed 4 years after their withdrawal date or they have graduated from us, as far as the longevity of the data.
And that I knew. Can be always makes me a little nervous.
Can be sooner than.
And I know that we're looking closer because of other things that we've had to sign in districts of saying, where's the data going, right? I'm thinking more like if I moved to another district or that kind of thing. It's just no matter which way you look at it, we've got to do something, right? And we do have to have consequences. I want to steer as far away from labeling kids as we possibly can. That's why we have individual. And I'll go a step farther. Every one of us that walk this planet from the beginning of time to the end, we'll be the only ones that have our DNA. That's how personal we should be, to students, and being more cautious about what we put on record, right? But if it is just the beginning stages, what I'm hearing you say, collecting data on behavior of that is interrupting the class as far as education. Am I hearing that correctly?
So that ought to have been the focus all along. We are here for
True.
academics.
Right.
And when learning isn't happening, we are required to ask the question, what's getting in the way? And behavior is a form of communication. And if we listen closely, we'll understand why we're seeing more behaviors of this or that, and maybe Algebra 1 versus 7th grade language arts versus, and just really understanding, what is that behavior telling us, and how do we adjust our practices as educators to be reflective of that. So it could be the way that I am presenting the information in class that isn't conducive to learning for this particular group of students. And as you said, each child is so beautifully unique that each set of beautifully unique children that come to me each year, the strategy I used last year may not be effective with this group. And so that is work that we do with our teachers around behavior management and classroom management, and supporting them to recognize and building their skill set out with a variety of strategies that can approach learners in a way that they're receptive to, that makes them ready to be learning risk takers, feeling safe in the classroom.
In that regards, I get it, and we do have to get back to educating children, since we are an education institution, and we do get in the weeds with some of these things bad. So I appreciate that, and assuming that you're going to bring this, present it as we go along and where you're at, and then in addition to that, do we have, besides PBIS, in the one program, do we have other components to help students that are campus-wide or district-wide?
So, Mr. Toby, Mrs. Bowles, what I would say in response to this is there are some program supports that are, I've got a pin in right now, waiting for some other clarity on acceptableness of those programs.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for presenting this information. A couple of questions for me. Although we destroy the data, or we are allowed to destroy the data either upon separation or 4 years after graduation, are we impacting students' careers or career potentials in any way when it comes to, you know, I mean, like, for example, the Navy, right? They cleaned up house at Liberty High School. Good job, Navy. But when they request their student file and their student records, does that include any components of their behavioral history here at the district?
So when students move beyond our graduation, so the same applies for athletes at the collegiate setting, when they are 18 and older and they are able to sign their own records release, they are releasing those records, asking us to release the records to those two specific examples. And what we have in there, and this is why it is so important that it be factual, be not based on opinion, and that the context be there as appropriate, because it is part of that record.
Right, thank you. And going to the language piece, you know, if I'm a Navy recruiter and I see somebody as an offender of vandalism or burglary, to me that might mean something different, whereas in an educational space, you know, somebody stole somebody's watch, right? So I think we need to be very careful about how we label some of those activities. And then is it possible when an entry is made, either minor or major, specifically you have on here call parent/guardian. So I take it that we will be making those phone calls, but is there a way as a fail-safe to have an auto send to the parents in case that communication, if there's a lapse in communication, or that never happens?
So the scenario would be I enter the incident, I try to contact the parent, maybe the numbers I have aren't going through, the email address bounces back, and then there's maybe an auto notification that comes out of the system that connects that to them in whatever other way I haven't tried yet, so that there's a fail-safe net there, or the parent is me and I'm just not calling you back. So there's an automatic notification there that goes all the communications ways possible.
Right, yeah, if there's an auto communication, right, features that way, like, okay, I'm at work and I see that, you know, my kid had an issue, I can expect a follow-up phone call, right? But if that phone call doesn't happen, teacher gets sidetracked, that notification isn't made, at least we have that notification to where that parent is aware, like, you were up to some no good today, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that's possible within Synergy to have that automatically send to parents?
I will follow up on that.
Okay. And then I think that this discussion item was brought up because we were learning about instances where parent notifications weren't happening, and there was nothing preventing a teacher from documenting anything about a student, you know, up to 7, 8, 9 times a day on a student. And so I think that we're just walking really cautiously about that, and especially with our strategic plan, as far as that parental involvement. I think that we're just hypersensitive right now when it comes to that parental involvement because of things that have happened in the past, right? And then if there is a note or an entry that a parent disagrees with, is there a mechanism for removal of that entry?
Mr. Toby, there certainly is, and it follows the federal guidelines with FERPA. And it's in our board policy, what those steps are.
Okay.
Okay, someone that's read the trust policy back me that that's there, right?
I'm all over it. It's 5-303.A and cross-reference with 34 CFR 99.20, the procedure for requesting amendment of records.
Thank you, Dr.
Letters
Summers.
from the old one were floating in my mind. I'm like, that's not the right one.
You didn't have that committed to memory yet? Come on
Not
now.
yet.
We're getting it there.
And then is there a point value system attached to certain minors or major behaviors? Meaning if we get 3 minors and a major, is there something that triggers the front office to say warning, right? Is there a point system of size?
Not to my knowledge, and I'm just double checking that there is not.
Okay.
Dr. Hernandez, sorry, Clerk Toby, if I may.
Go ahead.
Does it trigger if it's the same behavior 3 times?
It is not an automatic trigger.
Wow, okay, thank you.
I have another question.
Mrs. Prophet, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Just one suggestion is, I loved your suggestion about the auto push through. That might be really effective via text. I know that the schools have the capability, so maybe even double up. One goes through email, one goes through text to reach people like you and I that don't answer our phones and people that pay attention to their emails. And then just the last thing, it occurred to me that there's probably another indication for this. Are we tracking, maybe not tracking, but it might be a great way to collect data also with teachers that might be struggling with classroom management, that need additional classroom management supports, especially in some of our campuses that, you know, are nearing 27, 28 children per classroom. That was just something else that occurred to me, is if we have a teacher that's entering 7 or 8 per day, perhaps that teacher's crying out for help and we should go help.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. That's a great example of how the data is used to support our teachers as well, and ensuring that, again, the information's been added, and from again, it's about learning, and I'm the educator, and what's getting in the way of the students' learning.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Anything else? Okay, Mrs. Rooks? President Rooks, you're up to bat there.
Yes, thank you, Clerk Toby. Okay. I have a lot to touch on this, so I'll kind of go through my questions first and then comments. With regards to the system of the behaviors being put in, is any of that information being supported through a team at the district level of looking through the behavior trends? And is any of this data that we have in here going to outside entities or third parties with Synergy or even the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. level?
Okay, Mrs. Rooks, I think the first question was, is the district reviewing the data? And the answer would be the executive directors are responsible for the schools assigned to them to have their fingerprints on looking at the data and understanding any trends that they're seeing, because it's from a support perspective. And then your second question around outside entities. So the civil rights data collection is required from the federal government, and that is on a 2-year cycle. But outside of that, I am not thinking, I know any systems where we'd be sending discipline or behavior data to outside of the state, which those requirements are statutory in Arizona. But let me take that one back just to make sure, because I don't know all the programs and whatnot we have, and we can ask our IT department because they would have that data management from an integration standpoint.
Okay, all right. I guess let's see here, I'm going through my questions. With regards to the Office of Civil Rights you mentioned there, what type of, I guess, data from this Synergy discipline platform are we having to pull from to give to the Office of Civil Rights?
Mrs. Rooks, I'd be happy to provide the board with the full scope of what that data set looks like from the federal government's requirements. I'm afraid to try to list them off verbally and miss one, or put some in there that aren't actually there. So I'll make sure that I provide that to the governing board, and in a follow-up presentation we can discuss it publicly if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm just going to go through some comments here. I have a very strong feeling on this. I am not in agreement with it at all. I remember this when it was presented year and a half ago now to the board. And I went back and looked up what was presented at the time. And I know that you mentioned the MTSS is not being utilized, it's done. But when I looked back, the PowerPoint is the EdPoint Educational Systems minor and major incidents, and then it has MTSS next to it. And this is the PowerPoint that was presented. It had the multi-tiered system of support, major and minor agreements with all piloting schools, codes for minors, teachers, and majors office are coded into Synergy. There would be tracking, referrals, progress monitoring, has restorative practice. I mean, and it even, there was, I think, 22 steps I see here, showing what the program had. And it has the same language. It has the word offender, victim. It has the description. It has the date. It has all of the same verbiage that I'm looking at the PowerPoint presentation tonight with Peter Parker as the example. And I just have a really hard time believing that we eliminated the MTSS portion, because to me it just looks like it was just transferred over to this platform because it's the same verbiage. So it's the same verbiage, the same layout.
So, Mrs. Rooks, the discipline component of EduPoint stands alone as part of what we purchased when we purchased the base Synergy model. The way I understand when the district purchased the MTSS module alongside it was the entry point for discipline was and is still the same. And what happened with the information after the entry point, which is why it looks the same today as it did a year or two ago, would be flow down the other side where that MTSS module was, where it incorporated in the supports and built out a team of individuals who were going to be responsible for being responsive to what that student needed. And then from a reporting standpoint, and I'm very sure of this piece because I asked the question myself, is when the data is entered at the point of the discipline piece, whether it flows through the MTSS tab or flows through the traditional way with the stock version you buy, the data ends up in the same place. It's just the process on that MTSS module and what it facilitated, that's the piece that looked different. So the discipline report profile, the report that we're looking at today, would look the same as then, because the discipline starts at the same point, ends, and you probably can't see that I'm waving my arms around, ends at the same point, but it's this piece in the middle that was the MTSS. So now it's just here to here, straight down. Straight down.
Okay. So I'm just going to keep going on here because I have a huge problem with it. I feel like we're labeling kids. I do have a lot of concerns. There's a lot of parents that don't know about this, that we're not being told about it. I have concerns with, it's not just teachers. I've been informed that can put things into the system on students. It can be any employee that witnesses a student's behavior. And I also am just, if you've got a student who goes to school in the morning and, you know, an example of the teacher putting in 9 times in one day into the system of the child's behavior, you don't know the reason. It might be that that child is just dysregulated and never got regulated that morning. And so it's almost like these kids are not able to experience mistakes that they might make in that moment of their dysregulation because they're just immediately put into this system that will follow them through their entire education. It's almost like putting a magnifying glass on them and critiquing everything that they do. I really have a problem with this. I had a problem with it when it was presented to us 1.5 years, 2 years ago. I don't like this type of plan. What I do see that works, in my opinion, and I grew up in this district, was you have a binder, right? That is a calendar in the binder for the students with their behavior. If it's a green day, right? They color in the green circle. If there's a yellow, the teacher quickly just writes down a little thing like, oh, we didn't follow this rule, right? And that goes home to the parent. And then the parent can view it in their binder when they're opening their binder to help them with their homework or to get started on studying. And that is something that doesn't stay with them. This will stay with them each year, following them with this huge label on their back. And you've got, defiant, disrespect, and all these other things, but you don't know why that student had a rough morning. You don't know. And I feel like this is putting a guessing game in the teacher's hands. And it's not saying that I don't trust all teachers. It's saying that I am concerned with what this is going to label our kids. And I believe that the system does harm students. I think that it is going to follow them wherever. I mean, we think of adults, right? As a mom, am I going to be tracked all day from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep of any mistakes that I make, right? Is that what we're going to do with adults now too, is having somebody follow us around and tracking our every move that we do? I have a really big problem with this. And I've had teachers, I've had other staff members in the district the past 2 years who were very hesitant on this and did not even want to do it. And they had concerns about it. And so I have a really hard time with this one. And I really want to know about the Office of Civil Rights, because I think maybe I'll request for an executive session, but I'd like to know if this has anything to do with the OCR complaint we had in 2021 at one of our schools in relation to documentation. I thought we were past this. Like, I thought that we weren't going to do this, and I have concerns about our special education students. Teachers put in these system things of students and their behaviors throughout the day, but you don't know what that child is experiencing. And I just think that I don't think that this is the right way to go about it. And documenting on our students, especially our SPED students, I just think it's wrong to do, because I feel like you're just going to keep documenting on them like that in the system and having this verbiage of offender, and they're never going to reach those goals that they have set forth, because all they're going to see is that, and all their families are going to see is that. I just think that this is the wrong way to go about this. And I feel very strongly and passionate about it. And so that's why I was wanting to have this brought in tonight. I had multiple conversations with different parents on this, and they were pretty upset when they didn't know that this system was in place and that they didn't know about this file on their kid. And I don't think that's right. And that's pretty much why I brought this here tonight and looking towards a policy in the future, because I think that this is, I just think that this is the wrong way to go.
Thank you, President Brooks. If I may, a couple of additional follow-ups, unless Dr. Hernandez, you want to respond to President Brooks first? Okay. So for parents that may not know that their minor violations were being entered on their child, are they able to get a copy of their student's discipline profile?
Certainly, per the Arizona Bill of Rights for Parents, they have access to all of the data, and the federal government backs that piece with the FERPA piece. Any data that we maintain, they have access to, and then we go through that review process as you suggested earlier.
Copy. So if there was an administrator that said, no, this was not available to you, they would be incorrect?
That would be correct.
Okay. And then also,
That would be correct.
what level of teacher discretion when it comes to entering minor and major policies exist?
As far as determining if it's a minor or a major?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to use the example you brought up. So if a child is drawing on the carpet with crayons, the teacher could enter it as a minor, or could you simply call the parent and call home? Do the teacher have that discretion?
The teacher does have that discretion, and it's that threshold of, if I'm going to document, I need to call home. And, you know, our teachers in practice, they are redirecting in classroom behavior all the time. They're moving, you know, and so when an incident does occur to the level where they feel like they need to document it, and that parent call needs to go home, then that's that piece in there where severity of it. But it's also a training area too. So where there are areas where we've identified that a training piece needs some refreshing, there's an opportunity to adjust that practice.
All right.
Clerk Toby, if I may.
Please.
Why not, when we are in practice, going back to behavior cards and those kind of things, so that we're not putting things out there for however long, giving people that are not in the room the choice of keeping that data or not keeping that data. If that was my child, I feel very strongly about it, just as President Rooks stated. Having looked at a lot of student handbooks and the discipline matrix that others have, there's some very good ones out there. In lieu of making it easier for adults to count numbers and destroying kids' maybe career, maybe it being on maybe another school, maybe getting into another program that maybe they just had a bad school year, because I've seen that as well. Maybe, you know, they were taken from their parents and, you know, families being restored. There's too many things that would affect kids' future, I believe, by putting this in writing, meaning on the internet, not in writing. Behavior cards worked. I know that's more work. I can appreciate where you're coming from. Yes, we need to get back to education. Yes, that's the core of everything, right? There's just too many components in this that, and to be very transparent, the parent I'm talking about, it was just in the last few weeks. So I don't know sometimes I don't think that, and I know that you know this, but sometimes what's happening in the classrooms is not really happening at the district level, or at least we don't think it's happening, right? I'm not willing to take that risk for kids and putting that in writing and having it on the internet. And I think in the military, every time I say this, I think even before you were in the room, Ms. Hernandez, and how we do observations. That's a whole course you take in college that I've taken. And why would I wouldn't even, I mean, that was brought up the teachers. I mean, I don't even think that's fair for them to be able to be in that mix, which I've already said many times. But I would like to just see behavior cards, and, you know, if it's interrupting learning, if there's another way that we could data track without putting it on a system that I am very familiar with, and it does go to places as President Rooks described, and absolutely to the state. And as we know, over the last, I don't know how many years, it seems like forever, in the wrong hands, that data is not a good thing. So for that reason, I'm not really for it.
So, Mrs. Bowles, I want to assure you we are absolutely receptive to any, and the examples that you provided with other districts and their majors and minors, and how that's certainly receptive to those that you see that may have a different perspective than what we currently do. Would love to see those and have conversations, as well as I certainly don't want to make it seem like those behavior tools, the cards and the binders and the filling, and those are absolutely still happening in schools and in classrooms, and I have seen them myself. So if you're in the classroom as they're about to transition, you'll see the little, you know, come up with the thing, and the teacher will fill it out, and, you know, you see the happy face or the maybe not so happy face, and, you know, that communication back and forth. Those are absolutely still alive and well and happening as communication tools that parents and teachers have agreed on as an effective way to support the behaviors and the communications between home and school.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have a follow-up?
Well, President Rooks, do you, if you don't mind, I'll speak, and then it sounds like you've got some comments to go.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
So behavior cards, as a substitute teacher for 6 years, they were awful, because especially once you get into that middle school age, those kids have a really tough time carrying it from class to class, and the number of kids that would lose it, or they'd fold it up, it'd get washed. It was always chasing the kid to make sure you get the parent's signature on it and all of that. So it was, at least where I was, it was really problematic with that age group. And kids found that if they especially when they had a substitute teacher come in, if they just said they lost it, then you can't write anything on there. So there was this whole complication. So, and I certainly, in reading the responses that we did get from 140 some teachers, is that they do, in addition to what's in Synergy, that there are techniques that they're also using across their grade level too. But I just wanted to give the feedback about the behavior cards. Is it was, it wasn't a, it's not that it wasn't comprehensive. It wasn't consistent, because the kids that maybe you needed to write up, those were the kids that all of a sudden
And while there's
lost.
never a perfect system, there's certainly our attempt, and many of those behavior pieces are put in place at parent request. And so we honor the parent's request to support that piece. And if an area where a substitute is coming in, that's an area we need to add into our standard subfolder, then that's certainly a step that we can take to ensure that that process becomes more consistent, because it is a valuable communication tool, especially when the parents have requested that be the tool.
President Rooks, would you like to follow up?
Yes, I was just going to, I guess speak to Dr. Hernandez, your question or your response to Clerk Toby with the Arizona Parental Bill of Rights, and parents are able to access those records and request them and see them and view them. But the problem is that I have is that parents are not aware. Not 100% of our parents in this district are all aware that that system is in place and that that documentation has been happening. And that's the frustration, the biggest frustration for me, is that we can say all day, well, yeah, you can request it, but if they don't know it's there, they're not going to request it. And so until the point of, by the time it's their future, they're going to see that all of this was being documented on their student and their child, and all they see is all these labels on their kid. And it doesn't sit well with me. So I just wanted to kind of make note on that statement.
Thank you, President Rooks. One follow-up for me, Dr. Hernandez, if the district is able to destroy or get rid of this type of file information when a student separates from the district, well, isn't graduation a form of separation?
Yes,
like,
it is.
what latitude does a parent have to say, my Johnny is now graduated, please destroy this behavioral file?
I will check that up against the state archivist and find out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Mrs. Ewing,
I'm sorry. I'm saying a lot, and I was the one who wanted to keep the meeting short.
you have 3 minutes.
So one thing I can make a request, and I'm pretty sure you guys are already putting it in there, and I know that this is a draft, but I know that like in our student and parent elementary school, and I know it's a draft of like last year. So we have a whole section that's on school behavior expectations. So I think that there's a way to, and I think we're in the process of revising that to make sure that we're really clear in there about the how and that this is recorded. And then it sounds like that now I knew that like when my kid was in high school, their behavior could go on to that behavior could go on to college. I did know that as a parent, but I think that it is then the responsibility of our administrators that when we're doing the back to teacher nights or that type of thing to just really make sure that we're having a clear communication plan so that our parents are always aware, because beginning, like you all have said, the beginning that first week, and you get all the things that you need to sign off, and we've got this big, huge student handbook. We're not reading every page. So, but I think just making sure that we are utilizing every avenue to communicate to the parents so they fully understand that and they have the opportunity to ask questions and get clarifications and all of that. I think that would be just a good step. So thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Mrs. Proudfit, go ahead and take it away.
So I just want to make sure that that I say this. I know we're joking about like crayons on the carpet, and I kind of feel like we're overgeneralizing this in an elementary area. In my opinion, and you know this having taught 7th grade, behaviors start to escalate around the middle school years and then into high school, where things like, you know, one of my kids had that stoplight, red light, green light, yellow light every day for many years. And it was super effective. Obviously, that's not a system that works going into middle school or high school for a variety of reasons. Have we thought about, because I appreciate what President Rooks is saying. So say you have a kid with undiagnosed ADHD who has a lot of redirection in those early elementary years. And you know, it goes back to us determining why these actions are happening, which no teacher can be expected to do. Have we considered perhaps having a K-5 module, a 6-8 module, and a 9-12 module? Because the behaviors in those areas are vastly different. You'd hate for a kid who's dysregulated in K-5 to go in with all of that following them into 6-8. Or we all know, any of us who have raised kids, you know, 12 to 14 is not the best time. Like, it's not the best version of themselves, but maybe giving them a fresh start at those like traditional new times might make some parents more comfortable and might prevent some of the concerns that President Rooks was bringing up, just so that it's not, teachers aren't going in with, you know, bad views of certain kids or whatever. Just something to consider. And then I just want to reiterate again that obviously the point of all of this is to remove barriers from education, right? Like, this all goes back to student success. But another part, having had a student that had social challenges in high school, is not just for the students that might be intentionally or unintentionally causing the harm, but for students whose educational experience might be disrupted by children who need help causing harm. And, you know, when your kid gets into high school and that happens, that's a very heartbreaking and really tragic thing. And without the information and without the parents almost being trained in that, we have to have that hand-in-hand relationship with the school, I think, is where those things get out of hand. I know that was what happened with our student, and so listening to the admin and doing what we can to support them, and then also do what we can to solidify that bridge so that parents know what's happening. Man, wouldn't I love it, though, if we could do that red light, green light, yellow light in high school? That was like the most effective thing ever, because the kids knew the consequences when they got home. If they had a red light, it was over. And man, if high school kids could do that, that would be awesome. But that was all I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Prophet. Mrs. Bowles, one final thought?
Yes, I think the board needs red light, green light. I just have to say that straight up. I think I skipped something that you had said, Dr. Hernandez, and I apologize. There are other districts that have matrix that are clearer, age appropriate. Dysart definitely is one of them. I think, in a nutshell, I'm not against you doing that. It's just the platform that we keep that information. I'm sure there's got to be better platforms out there on classroom management and things interrupting learning than very stagnant portal that we don't have a clue what, literally, what did it say? Theft and burglary? Really? That, pencil? No, that we can't do that. So anyway, there are some good ones out there. If you want to know any others, I'll be happy to tell you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Thank you, board, for your thoughtful engagement. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for your presentation. Okay, moving on to 8.3, School Violence Prevention Program Grant Update. Dr. Summers, Mr. Molino?
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the Governing Board, Cabinet, Dr. Summers, and guests, I will be providing the Governing Board an update on the status of the School Violence Prevention Program and grant application. We'll cover the timeline process followed in writing the grant narrative and the process used for answering the questions required in the grant application. We had planned on applying for this grant in 2026. Around early May, in conversations with Dr. Summers, we moved up the priority for this grant application to meet the 2025 deadline. I reached out to an out-of-state grant writer that I had worked with successfully at another school district on the same grant to see if he had capacity for one more last-minute client. Once we secured his services, we started the process and brought the grant for the Governing Board approval on May 29th. The grant application was submitted on June 20th, meeting the June 26th deadline. Even though the grant performance start date is October 1st, it has been normal for awards not to be announced until as late as the end of October and at times into November. If we are awarded, we will receive a contract with the grant requirements, and we will then bring the award and the contract to the Governing Board for consideration for your approval. Once we had a purchase order and contract with the grant writer, they walked us through the application process. We had weekly meetings, and they assigned us tasks to keep us on schedule. Mr. Richards and I attended all meetings. Staff from business services and federal programs were included as needed during the process for their expertise and knowledge. Mr. Richards and I, along with the grant writer, determined what our highest needs were that would also give us the highest probability of receiving the award. The highest needs were an additional security cameras for all schools, door access control for the high schools, and handheld metal detectors as preventive safety measures. We started aggregating the required artifacts and data needed to answer the questions in the grant application, along with safety drill reports, after-action reports, MOUs, and IGAs. The grant writer provided 2 questionnaires that were which we were tasked with filling out. One was geared towards the project, its needs, and our process and procedures internally within the district. The other towards budget and financial aspects. All information provided was from a snapshot in time of past process and procedures, so last school year and past. All that information was used by the grant writer to write the narrative and answer the required questions. The project questionnaire included questions about our emergency operations plan, security risk assessments, SEPTED assessments, threat assessments for self-harm or harm to others, school climate and culture, partnership for violence prevention, services and supports for students, along with project goals and how they align with district goals and project sustainability. Project sustainability is a key feature of this grant requirement. We assigned the questions in the questionnaire to Mr. Richards, Dr. Walters, and I based on our areas of expertise and knowledge in regards to what the question was being asked. The budget questionnaire covered all the financial aspects. I answered all the questions and asked Ms. Myers for her review for accuracy. The grant writer took all this information, wrote drafts for all the questions being asked for in the grant. Mr. Richards and I reviewed and edited as needed and I gave the final acceptance approval and the go-ahead to the grant writer to proceed with the submission. In 2021, when I applied for the same grant at another district, it took me about 6 to 8 weeks to get everything together and submit. This time, because of the relationships, ongoing support, and open channels of communication that we have with our community partners, such as the 2 cities, their police and fire departments, and the school safety department at ADE, we were able to complete it in 3 weeks. Their support is key to having a strong narrative, and it made it easier to gather the information and receive their letters of support. If we do get awarded the grant, our joint process and procedures with first responders, along with their support, will be a key reason we receive the award. At this time, I'm available for questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. Questions, comments, Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you, Clerk Toby. So If you look at our agenda, it says at the request of the governing board, this item is being presented to provide an update on the school violence prevention program grant. So I think that anytime an item is brought forward to the board, I would like to request that there be some sort of reasoning given out to the community as to why the item is being brought forward, like what were the concerns and so forth. It just helps for all of us to focus a conversation around it. Because I do know that, and I think we can all agree that we had a whole study session on all of the opportunities afforded to us by going forward with this plan, and I think everybody came to agreement that this is a great step forward to just adding that one extra thing to ensure safety on our campuses, because our entire board has been very, very forward-thinking and making sure that safety is our top priority on all of our campuses. So either whether it's Clerk Toby or whether it's President Rooks, can you give more transparency to our community as to the concerns about this, as to why our board was bringing this forward?
I'll cover that in my comments. Thank you.
So you don't want to do that first. Okay. So, one of the things about this, the application was meant to expand the safety features on our campuses so we can continue to showcase to our community that safety is a top priority. And I know that, Jeff, you've even posted that on Clerk Toby, you've even posted that on your social media page about the dedication we have as a board to this school safety. And I can appreciate all the times that you've walked the campuses alongside our safety team and our principals to talk about any sort of concerns or vulnerabilities on the campus. I will say that one of the concerns is, what I understood it, is that some of the language that was used in the application and how it describes our SROs. And the language was divisive and not really a good description of what our SROs do. And when I was looking at the language and looking at the description, I went back to our IGAs that we have both with City of Peoria and City of Glendale, and what was in those two agreements on the types of services that they provide and the roles that they provide across our schools. And I think all of our administrators can agree that they are invaluable on our campuses, and SLOs as well, is that language there. That was nowhere in any of the agreement. So one of the questions I have is that when those questions, because for the community, the board was given a copy of the questions and answers, so we could see that, but it was given to us after. And I'm curious as to, I don't know if you know the why, but why, how that happened, that the language that was used was not anywhere, because it could have, in my mind, I felt like it should have come from those agreements as opposed to the information that was in there. So I don't know if there's anything, any insight you can offer into that.
Clerk Toby, Mrs. Ewing, I'll refer to question number 50 as an example in the grant, and I'll read the question that's asked in the grant, and then I will answer why we used the wording that we used. The question is, describe in detail any local safety partnerships and describe coordination with students, parents, guardians, and community members, civilian personnel, and law enforcement that support and enhance the continuum of wraparound services for students. So as we answered that question to make sure that we're meeting all the needs and the objective of that question, our answer, and I'll go back a few paragraphs, law enforcement and first responders are deeply involved in our safety framework, and that's period. Next line, school resource officers, SROs, and school liaison officers from the Glendale and Peoria Police Departments actively build relationships with students and staff. These officers participate in safety training, review emergency operations plans, and offer feedback during tabletop exercises. In emergencies involving threats or mental health concerns, police and fire personnel are notified and respond according to our established crisis protocols. So we differentiate, especially then looking at question 51, in regards to the term law enforcement, SROs, and SLOs. SROs and SLOs, they have relationship building and a big component within our schools and their culture and climate. If we look at question 51, and the final piece of that question, it's a very long paragraph, I'll just read you the last line of that question. Further explain efforts to avoid criminalizing school conduct that should be handled through the school discipline process. So as we answer that question, that component, we really differentiate and use law enforcement for that outside the school environment discipline process above and beyond the SRO SLO. The SRO SLO is part of that discipline piece within the school. So that's how we answer that question. So we really differentiate in regards to law enforcement and the role of the SRO and SLOs as part of the campus.
And there was and I should have looked back to look at, thank you for having that, by the way. When it asked the question about how do we ensure that we're not, can't remember the exact wording, but what are we doing to prevent the criminalization of the students? And I thought that there was a use of, we use, restorative justice practices are used, and that was at that description. I didn't feel like that defined anything that was in our agreements.
Mrs. Ewing, Clerk Toby, to answer that part of the question, 51 within the grant, the term, Ms. Ewing, you said restorative justice. In the grant, we wrote restorative practice. To me, that means totally two different things. So I'll read what we wrote in the grant. And I won't read all 6 paragraphs. I'll just go to that one. To prevent the criminalization of student behavior, we'll continue to follow our district-established discipline matrix, which emphasizes restorative practices and administrative intervention. Law enforcement is involved only when criminal behaviors occur, so outside the discipline. So even as Dr. Hernandez just presented, within minors and majors, there can be theft or vandalism, but those are handled within the discipline process internally. Those are not escalated to law enforcement for criminal behavior. So there's a difference there. So, and maybe that's where the governing board's direction moving forward in looking at those majors and minors, the wording used for offender versus victim, theft and vandalism, and what words we use to describe and differentiate that. And some of those items within the discipline side that we have to report to CRDC every 2 years, or that we have to report to ADE, and those are reported by event each instance, not with a student name attached, just how many instances of that infraction occurred. So maybe that's the differentiation in regards to the question why we answered it that way. And I don't know where I stopped reading. Then our SROs serve as relationship builders, not enforcers, and we ensure that surveillance tools are never used punitively. And that's going in regards to describing how we use our cameras.
Yeah, and I think that when I went back to the IGAs for the city of Peoria and city of Glendale, nowhere in that agreement did I find the word restorative practices. Now I know what you mean when you say restorative practices, but just even the word restorative when we're talking about discipline and so forth, there's a lot of different interpretations of what that means, and I feel like at least what I understood that just that description, it made it it was a misrepresentation of what they do because of the language that we used. And so that's where I'm just saying that I think that we have to be really careful that, and I understand that, there's two things. There's if this is out there and a community member reads it, right, they're going to interpret it differently than those people who are looking at the grant and the qualifications for it, because I know every grant they're looking for certain things in there. But we have to be really careful, and I would think it would be a best practice to always use the verbiage that is in our agreements, and we have to be careful about verbiages that we would use in our grants that could be misinterpreted by our community just that they could be misinterpreted. So that's just kind of my view of it, and I can understand that there's a lot of different ways to in our agreements. It's spelled out very differently how that role is put together. So. The last thing I'll say is I think I talked to Dr. Summers about this, is that I think you had said it was a misstep, and I appreciate because this was supposed to be brought up at a different meeting, is that in your self-reflective portion of your evaluation, you stated that you remain open to reflection, open dialogue, and the opportunity to strengthen alignment moving forward. And both growth in our public system requires clarity and humility, and I think that's why we go through all of these things in very much detail, is to have better understanding and to make sure our community is really clear about everything that we're doing. And you said that you remain committed to leading with both clarity and humility. So I believe this portion of the grant, as I mentioned, is a little bit out of alignment from our practices and agreements. And it is appropriate for the board to provide clarity. And there is, if our board, because these are things that were brought up, if our board were to decide, hey, we don't really, we want to provide more clarity around that language that seems to be a misrepresentation, our board could certainly come forward with a resolution or a letter that we could have our lawyer help us do that. So that's an opportunity as well. And that way, because I don't want the language that's in here to put at risk any of the board members being willing to sign what's in there for if they feel like it wasn't an accurate representation. So that's what I have. So thank you. And thank you for everything else. It was very detailed. It was very great. It was very wonderful. I just think on that particular item, I think we could have done a better job at using language that is very acceptable and meets the criteria for the grant, but that also offers more clarity for our community in the roles that we have in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit.
Thank you for the update. I love an update. I just wanted to say, I don't have any questions. We've kind of talked this to death, but again, I have to go back to the graduation ceremonies. By far, I will say some of our most beloved faces on campus across district are our SROs. And I don't think that the students or the community feel like their presence is with the intent to criminalize children. I feel like we've actually done a really good job as a community recognizing the value both on an administrative level, but also from our students. They come home just full of energy and love for these wonderful people who are such a presence and they're a real grounding force on our campuses. So I'm just really happy to see, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're awarded the grant, and hopefully we'll be able to do even more. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles?
Thank you for pointing out the restorative practice. However, there is a page 40 that says restorative approaches. So I don't know if it's approaches or practice, but we paid someone to write this grant. We used all of our monies because we all live in this district and all the constituents, and it's frustrating to me. It's just frustrating. I understand that we didn't have someone to write it. I understand there was time. I was going to write a sloppy copy myself for a district, like literally, that's what I said. But I don't know. I don't know how much clearer the board has to be about no DEI, no restorative justice, which go hand in hand with some of the DEI. And I do have a question, though. You stated that in 2024, which I happen to be a parent in the audience then, you had written a grant. You said the same. Could you expound on that? The same as this one in 2024?
2021, Ms.
21, I'm sorry.
Another school district, same grant.
That grant gave more money to hiring, as far as I remember reading both grants, hiring more
Ms.
help,
Bowles,
more
Ms.
staff.
Clerk Toby, 2021, I was at a different school district.
Okay.
Not at Peoria Unified.
So 24, they came out with another grant. This was not the grant you're speaking of?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Because, yeah, that one was more heavy on the side of hiring staff. This one is more the components of locks and, that kind of thing. I guess I'm just disappointed that it's written so poorly. Not really your fault, because we hired somebody to do that. I don't know what...
But I had a final approval, so.
Right, and overall, and maybe this is not everybody's, thing that they do, but if I'm gonna have a pool guy come look at my pool pump, I gotta know kind of how the pool pump works, right? I don't have to know everything about it, but I gotta know if he fixed it. And that's kind of where I'm coming from, like, I could only assume that we read the RFP or, what the grant, what we were supposed to write to for the grant. Yeah, and it's just not that, and we paid money to do that, and that's just, I don't know what to say. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if we should. I know I remember reading in this grant that if there was any components of, I'm not going to say DEI because I don't think that was the wording, that we would be awarded it. But anyway, that's really all I have to say. And I don't know where we're at right now. Like, I know there was some discussion about saying, okay, this is like kind of egg on our face. Do we just stop where we're at? Or do we let this go through and it be a mess? Like, I don't know. And the idea of free money is, I don't even know how to speak to that because that is so far from the truth. It's taxpayer dollars. So I don't know where we're at as a district, if we're going to move forward with this, if we're not, and I'd like that to be addressed tonight, if we have something to say to that. If not, then we definitely need to address that. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. So I believe that in any organization, especially one that we strive for excellence, we have to be self-assessing, self-correcting. And so I had a conversation with Mr. Molino before the meeting, and I appreciate you taking ownership of the review of this grant. And just to communicate, to answer Mrs. Ewing's question as far as why this was brought back, one, I like updates too. But two, reading through the grant, I did have questions, and it was more of a concern of how we are describing the role of our law enforcement in the grant, and then also when we talk about restorative practices or restorative approaches, what does that mean? And what is the federal government going to think that means? And my concern, because safety is at the forefront of all of our minds, is it going to count against us when it comes to their review of our grant? And will it actually impede our chances of having it awarded to us? I would hate to see this not be awarded to our our district. Having been part of the onboarding of the SVPP process, where we had the classes where you attended to understand what the grant was about, what it covered, what it didn't cover, I understand a lot about the grant. And so it was more of a sense of apprehension of who wrote the grant. Did we, write it ourselves? Who was responsible for the content? And I just want to make sure that we were accurate in our description. But I don't even know what restorative practices really mean in this context. What were we trying to communicate in that part?
Clerk Toby, I can tell you what restorative practice means to me, and Mr. Richards and I spoke about it several times since then, and to me it means there is an action or a behavior, there's a consequence, so within discipline, then the restorative practice is the piece where you teach and model to the individual the correct action and behavior. So action, behavior, consequence, model in the correct action and behavior. That's what it means to me.
Okay, thank you. I do think that, as Mrs. Ewing said, that some of the language has been kind of charged, over the last few years when it comes to restorative practices or restorative justice. And that was my point, is it came from gosh, is this going to really impact our ability to succeed on this grant? And then also, secondly, I didn't want to create metrics for us that had nothing to do with what we were asking for. So if we were talking about, we see, improvements based on our practices, our discipline matrix, which emphasizes restorative practices, are we now creating a metric that we're having to one track and report on? That wasn't really anything what we're asking for. So that's really kind of where it came from. I hope that answers your question, Mrs. Ewing, as far as why it was brought back. Mrs. Brooks, President Brooks, are you on? Would you like to add anything?
Yes, thank you, Clerk Toby. Yes, I did have concerns regarding the language in the grant narrative, and when we had the board meeting that was presented to the board on this grant opportunity, I remember asking to have the grant narrative sent to the board, just because I want the trust to be built there. And so when I saw this grant narrative language, I was pretty shocked. When it's talking about emphasizing restorative practices, I think what I have a problem with is that I have researched for almost 4 or 5 years of professional development that has occurred in the past in this district, trainings, documents, and the direction that it was headed and where it was restorative practice was emphasizing the DEI initiative. It wasn't what you just talked about, Mr. Molino. It was heavily on equity. It was heavy on the race-based of restorative justice. And I know that there is so much out there on it and the way that it is viewed. And when we're talking about submitting this grant to the Department of Justice right now, and the direction that the federal government is pulling away from this, it's pretty clear right now, the past few months. I don't know anybody who doesn't see the headlines of the direction of no DEI measures, no restorative justice, no restorative practice. It's being talked about everywhere, of eliminating it from our federal government all the way down. And so I know I've talked about it, that I'm not a supporter of it. And I think that we need to I don't know how much more clear that I have to be. so it's just really frustrating. And I really don't like the message of our SROs, I know that when I read to prevent the criminalization of student behavior, right, and that law enforcement is only involved with criminal behavior occurs, I just don't understand why that has to be in there. I think that is already negatively portraying law enforcement, that we only want to involve them if there's criminal behavior. Like, I just did not like the verbiage. I did not like the message that this sends. And even the part of we have in here the 6 defined funnels and 3 levels of intervention, that's the SEL funnels that are no longer on our website. So it's like, this language is really frustrating. And it puts me in a position of, if we do get it awarded, right, I'm putting my name on something that we're not doing. Like, we don't have the 6 defined funnels on our website anymore. And I don't support viewing our law enforcement as only criminalization behavior. I have a really hard time, because now you've put me in this position to have to make a decision. And you've even put it, I feel, with the Department of Justice. I mean, there's a chance they will look at this language and not approve it. And that's really frustrating, because it's supposed to be about protecting the kids and the safety of their schools. And I just am really disappointed in the language that was put in here. I think that there needs to be accountability for this, because it now is going to fall on possibly not getting awarded, or it's going to fall now on the board. And that's just really frustrating, because I'm signing my name to something that has language in it that I don't stand for. So that's the hard part. I know you mentioned we had a grant writer that we hired. I think you said he did another school district. Do we know what school district he helped write the grants for?
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, the grant writer is from out of state, and he helps districts throughout the entire country.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. I'm really just super frustrated with this language. I don't know. I don't understand why nobody is not getting that. I mean, I've talked about it on this board. I'm not a supporter of this type of language, of this type of ideology. And it's just super frustrating to see it in grant narratives to this day. So if we have to be more clear with future policies, so that it's more developed, so that this doesn't continue to happen, and we're not putting our grant money at risk, and I don't know if this could possibly, the Department of Justice could come start looking at our district in other areas, right? Because we've been really strong as a board in the beginning of resolution and eliminating a lot of this, and this just kind of, I feel like, sets us back. So I guess that's all I have for right now. I do think that if we hear anything back, we need to really discuss of how we can work on this language, because I just do not feel comfortable sticking my name on something that I don't stand for.
Thank you, President
That's all
Rooks.
that I have.
One final thought here, unless somebody else had any comment, but I do know that we're at a point now where we can't modify and or update the language. But should we get awarded, this grant, would it be possible to explore with whatever grant manager gets assigned, following up with a memorandum to change the scope or the parameters of the grant, just because we're asking for technology, so that way we're not held liable to the unintended metrics that, might be described. Is that something that we could look into as far as a fail-safe on the back end?
President Rooks, I will look into that.
Okay. Mrs. Ewing.
Clerk Toby, if I may. Oh, shoot, sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead, President Rooks.
Okay, I was just gonna, Clerk Toby, if I may, just gonna make note of if we are looking now to come up with a game plan, I really would like to see specifically, I know, Mr. Molino, you said you were the one that was the last to check this, but I would like to know who specifically wrote that language in the grant itself. I know you said we had a grant writer, but I just want to know, did he write it himself, or was he given information from someone to write that in? That's my question, because I just think that this needs whether some type of accountability of who wrote that in there, because now we're having to figure out a way of how to fix their mistake. So if there's that, that's what I'm just asking for.
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, in regards to the process of the grant and the 2 questionnaires, and looking at the project questionnaire and the questions that were asked, that I divided between 3 individuals, myself, Mr. Richards, and Dr. Walters. Then we answered all the questions. Then that verbiage went to the grant writer. He consolidated our answers and responses, which I approved. And once he did that, I did go through and do 2 or 3 edits, and then Mr. Richards reviewed what I wrote, and then I did the final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Merlino. Mrs. Ewing and then Mrs. Bowles.
Okay, thank you. So when this originally came across, and I knew that there was concern about this specific section we're talking about, and I also knew that the grant window had closed, so there wasn't a way to like, hey, can we grab that and make the change to the language that is more, gives a better description. I'll just say it simple like that. I actually did a little bit of research, and then I asked the question to Susan Siegel. I said that, and I gave her the scenario and said that I'm concerned about the language, and I'm concerned that that the board may be, if we should be awarded it, that the board might, it puts them in a situation where signing it, they might feel like it's, might not want to sign it. And so then that would put whatever we would be awarded at risk. And we don't want to do that, because this is good for kids. It's what we're asking from the grant and what we want from the grant, we all agreed was good for our community. Anyway, I asked her if in her
Mrs. Ewing, I just want to make sure that we stay away from any legal advice.
She didn't give me.
Can you just generalize if you can?
I know. Okay, it took me a long time to get to what I actually asked her, so sorry about that. Because I want to throw this out to the board, that I did ask her if there was any way for the district, if in her legal opinion, the board could create a letter or resolution. And I'm just telling you what I asked her, not telling you what she, but this is, so what I'm saying is this is an option. So what I'm saying is this is an.
Point of order.
Okay, point of order has been called. President Brooks, go ahead.
Yes.
So
this is a legal advice conversation with the legal board attorney. So if there is questions that you ask of her, we need to be discussing it in executive session and not out in the open, because this is pertaining now to legal advice.
Okay, so then I will rephrase this and say that, and just to let you know, I wasn't going to say any sort of response that I got. I just wanted to let you know that we do, as a board, have, or at least I believe, based on what I read through online, that we do have the option to write what we as a board believe it should have said and submit that and put that in a letter of record so that our community can see what we believe it should have said and a better description as a way to, and we can try to submit it to the grantor, but at least it becomes a letter of record that is our statement, so that if it comes to a point where we are actually awarded, that is then on record, our particular statement. So I just want to, because we're talking about going forward, what do we do and so forth. So I just want to throw that out there, and we can certainly have, as both of you suggested, a executive session to get clarification from Susan Siegel. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Yeah, I think Mr. Molino is going to follow up with the grant manager should it be awarded about a letter like that. So, Mrs. Prophet, do you have anything else? President Brooks, anything else before we move on?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Molino, for that presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Section 9, closing public comments. 9.1, request to address governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. There are no closing public comment card requests. Moving on to Section 10, 10.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Dr. Summers or Dr. Hernandez, any update?
Clerk Tobey, Governing Board, we are excited about school starting a week from almost tomorrow.
Yay. Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to 10.2, legislative and state and local updates. Mrs. Rodriguez, anything to report?
Nothing to report this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. 10.3, report on request future agenda items is going to be listed. The in-progress report and the resolve future report is listed on our website there. Moving on to Section 11, other business. 11.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have anything this evening?
I do, thank you. So one thing I need to ask for is that even though we went to the trust for policy services, we still have to, as a board, take a vote on about continuing with all of the services that we do get through ASBA outside of policy services, because right now our community just thinks that we went away from ASBA just with policy services. So I'm requesting that be on an upcoming agenda for clarification.
I will second.
Okay.
And then I'll ask for, and maybe Jeff, you can add more onto it of what Dr. or Mr. Molino is going to check on, but the executive session with regards to the grant in terms of us putting together some sort of letter to correct that piece of it. And I would need a second.
I will second.
That it? Okay, Mrs. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Proudfit.
Nope, my queue is still long with a few items, so I'm good for now, thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles.
I do. I'd like to request a future agenda item regarding the Fury Volleyball Club that is meeting on our campus. I lost the information, and I'm not going to try to find it. It's late. But there are other lawsuits regarding this coach and minors, and they're very serious, and I believe they're in two different school districts, and I can't get this soon enough. I'm hoping that we are not renting our facilities to the Fury Volleyball Club for that reason, or if you can bring information.
Mrs. Bowles, are you wanting that? Dr. Summers, did you have a point?
Please, if I may, Clerk Tobey, Mrs. Bowles, I'm happy to provide an update to the board as soon as I can summarize all that to let you all know what the status of that particular request is.
Thank you.
So Friday report, or is that going to be?
I was actually planning on sending that to you even before Friday, just so you understand how we're closing the loop on that.
Okay, well then I won't second. Thank you.
And then future agenda item regarding our bus drivers, and a couple of things. One being the salary schedule that was sent out, and it's not matching what they were given. So let me just give a little bit of context to that. So we voted as a board to increase the pay to 24 an hour. So people coming on are making $24 an hour. People who maybe have been with the district a couple years, we're going from like 18 to 24. And our veterans, bus drivers, are getting 36 cents. So I would like to have a discussion around that. Does it actually match? It doesn't look like it matches our salary schedule. Why doesn't it? And why haven't we given veterans more? And then in addition, and I don't know if I have to make another.
Well, let me second that as a discussion item, and then go ahead with your next item.
And then in addition to that, if the only way around that is to vote on a stipend for those veteran teachers so that they can teach, job shadow, whatever that takes. I thought it was just a couple, because I kind of lost how many people are over there in transportation. It's like half of our drivers only got 36 cents. So, and I don't know if it's exactly 36 cents, but it's around that amount. So it's a big issue. I mean, that's a big issue to me, that half our drivers are getting that. So I know that maybe if we cannot, because there's times I know you can't change the salary schedule, the timing of all that, but we absolutely can do a stipend or something else, and they're listening. I just have to tell you that, and waiting to see kind of what we're going to do, and wanted it brought up tonight. So I really wanted to just put that as a future agenda, mainly because they are listening, and to say, hey, we're hearing you, and we'll address this as a future agenda item.
Question, Dr. Summers, on that. So does that need to be a separate action item then, or should we do it contingent on a discussion?
Clerk Toby, Mrs. Bowles, what I would recommend we can provide to you, it may not be this Friday, but I think we can help go into a little bit more detail through an upcoming report, and then prior to agenda planning, perhaps, Clerk Toby, we can determine if it needs to be agendized as discussion or action. We're happy to do either.
Mrs. Bowles, is that?
Yeah, that
okay
works. So you're going to wait until you gather the information, do Friday report, so to speak, and then maybe add that stipend.
Yes, ma'am. So what I'd like to do is make sure that we can articulate how the salary schedule, placement on the salary schedule essentially works for those returning employees that you're referring to. And we can also then from there help you understand what options may be available for board consideration and future approval.
Thank you. Just for clarity, it is those that have been with us for a number of years. And some were told, well, you have to quit and come back. And we've heard that with teachers, right?
I think I don't want to get into the details, obviously, through this exchange, but I can appreciate and understand where they're coming from through that, so we can certainly work to help apprise the board and again give you some options to consider.
Okay.
And then procedurally, I'll second that so we can put it on a future agenda.
Indeed. Copy that.
Okay.
That is all I have. Thank you, Clerk Toby.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. I do have a couple. I would like to develop with our board council a policy regarding lawsuit notifications, negotiations, and settlements in Peoria Unified.
I will second.
Thank
I will
you.
second that.
Too little, too late, President Rooks.
Sorry.
I would also like to have a discussion and potential policy development on trespass policies and procedures for parents, guests, or family on campuses who engage in threats, disorderly conduct, or other criminal acts.
I will second.
I will second.
Delay time.
Thank you. I think this doesn't necessarily need to be a policy, maybe it does, but for future grant narratives, if we just implement a practice and procedure of providing a draft copy to the board, so that way we all can have a proper alignment on the grants before they get submitted.
I'll second.
I will second.
And then, Mrs. Rodriguez, I know that you just got here. I'm going to challenge you right away here, and maybe with Mrs. Aries' help. I know that I might still be on the leftover request, but open payroll, open checkbooks on our website for increased transparency along with our budget items. I would like to work towards modifying our front-facing stance with our community to share those expenses.
I will second.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. And then I do think it's important we develop a plan for dealing with energy drinks on our campus.
I will second.
Dealing with, energy.
Energy drinks. And I think that's all I have. President Rooks,
Clerk
you
Toby,
are.
can I
Hold on.
tune in real quick? I forgot one. I'm so sorry.
Mrs. Bowles, go ahead.
Future agenda item for policy, for a policy around defining definitions for DEI and discussion around our, I can't even think what it is right now. No, around our, I forgot the term, I'm so sorry.
Are you talking about our
Resolution,
Okay.
to kind of
Provide
merge them
further
together.
clarity.
If so, if not, we do a couple different policies, but we need to lay the groundwork for, the definitions that equity and all these other things that have been redefined for reasons I don't know. But, so I would like to have a future agenda item for policy writing around the defining of DEI and SEL, or maybe the current definitions, maybe that's better said, and around a resolution and putting that into policy.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Bowles, is that it? All right, President Rooks, you're up.
Okay, here I go. I'll start with the Friday report ones. I know we were sent the Medicaid codes in the Friday report. I appreciate that, Cabinet. I did see on there, if we could share which ones we have actually billed for. I don't know if those were all of the ones that we billed for, or if those are just the generic codes. So I just want to know if there's a way to see in a Friday report of which ones we have actually billed for.
I will second.
Thank you. I would also like a Friday report, and I don't know, Dr. Summers, if this can come from our board attorney, Susan Siegel, of just a reminder during board meetings of not sharing legal advice. So if she can just do like a touch point, fresh reminder to the board.
I'll second.
I would like an update, this can be Friday report, on our Jumpstart Kinder program and how we are going to, I guess, do better next year in regards to our special ed students.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to also request, and I don't think this can be a Friday report or a future item, but just something of the nature of looking at a back-to-school event once we get settled for our diabetic families. I saw something similar in Dysart Unified School District doing that, where they connect families who have diabetes for their students and share resources and just really connect with each other. So I'd love to see something like that in our district.
I'll second.
Thank you. I also would like to look at the policy of athletic eligibility, a discussion around adding children who are enrolled in online charter schools.
Oh, second.
Thank you. I would like to look at policy from our trust. It's the 5-303, the process of procedurally, parents can request to amend student records, and there's a hearing process. I believe that the hearing process is ultimately left up to the superintendent, so I would like to discuss that policy, possibly adding another step in of board approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. And then I just have one more. I would like an executive session on August 4th. Regarding one of the things is a recent lawsuit that just came in the news. I think Dr. Summers, you know what I'm talking about. It was an ex-employee regarding First Amendment rights with their religion. So I'd like to have an executive session on that one.
I'll second.
Can I ask
And then also, yeah.
Sorry, President Rooks, I was just going to get clarification. Are you asking for an additional executive session when I believe our next board meeting isn't until the 14th? I'm asking simply because I'm traveling out of town, so.
Yes, I apologize. I wrote down the 4th, but it is the 14th.
Okay, thank you.
I was quickly writing my notes down. So
Thank you.
Apologize. Thank you for the correction. And then the last is, so that same day of executive session on August 14th, our next board meeting, if we could also have an update and discussion on the situation at Sunrise Mountain High School with the baseball team and relation to the assistant coach, a discussion on that as well.
I'll second.
Thank you. And that will be all.
Dr. Summers, is that registering?
Thank you, Clerk Toby. President Rooks, I just want to clarify, if that is a personnel matter that we're discussing, that would likely need to be an executive session topic.
I believe she did ask.
Oh, I'm sorry if I missed that original. I heard discussion, but if I'm hearing exec session, then that registers.
All right.
Yes, executive session, for that employee and the situation regarding the team players.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Rooks. Moving on to Section 12 adjournment, 12.1. I motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:51 p.m.
I second.
I have a motion by myself, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. If you can run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
I have a radio voice. Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your time and patience.